Introductions of whom are you thinking?
Well, just of the conference.
Oh, okay, I just was thinking maybe there's somebody I should introduce. And not everybody knows Steve or the Steves in the state. So Steve
Careful
squared.
of the Steves.
Yes.
I'll share my screen with the slide.
Perfect. Again, I want to not apologize, but apologize for once again, we're having a virtual MEDA Fall Conference. I think we all understand that we would much prefer to be in person, but in the times that we're in, that this is likely the best way for us to be doing things. Again, I would like to thank actually Gloria and Mike for making sure that we're all on time. We have our PowerPoint presentation ready to go that keeps us on track. In addition, I would like to thank our sponsors. Again, when the sponsors were getting into this, they didn't realize it would be virtual, and they're still our sponsors. So as a gold member this year was Northwestern Energy. Silver sponsor would be Newfields and Montana Youth Apprentice Partnership. Bronze sponsors were Montana Department of Transportation, KLJ, Lake County Community Development Cooperation, Cushing-Terrell, and Montana Cooperative Development Center. And I do want to thank everybody for being on the line. Again, 8 o'clock on a Wednesday morning, and there's a lot of things going on. As you can see, Gloria's got a schedule for today. Today's a big day for speaking to our candidates. We'll have 4 of those, and also a kind of roundtable conversation about the next generation community and economic development tools and the work that's going to be going on with that. And this Virtual Ignite, we have a few additional projects within the state that we'd love to hear more about. And what else would you like to hear, Gloria?
Well, what's up next is our candidate forum. So I don't believe we have Senator Daines on yet.
Exactly.
So I would like to remind everyone to be sure to register if you're interested in the professional development storytelling workshop that Mark Moss introduced us to yesterday. There is a link now for you to sign up if you go to medamembers.org and click on events. The very first link is for you to sign up for that workshop. Thanks to the Montana CARES Act, there's no charge. These are scholarship opportunities for MEDA members to learn how to tell your story.
Yes, thank you for that, Gloria. If you weren't on yesterday, or I was very impressed with Mark and what he was talking to us about. I think we're all very good at going out and doing our job. Sometimes we lack the ability to talk to people about what we have done for our communities. So I think this is a great learning experience so we can better prepare ourselves to tell a story that is engaging and actually creates change.
I just sent an email to Shane and Danielle with Senator Daines' office, letting them know we're ready.
Okay, sounds very good. Steve, do you have any updates for what's going on in Billings? Anything new?
The sun came up this morning.
That's a good day.
Yeah, and the skies are clear, a little windy, cooler than normal. Fall is definitely here. You know, like the rest of you, we're all paying very close attention to where our coronavirus case count is. We added 95 yesterday to Yellowstone County. I'm not sure what those numbers look like this morning. We find out at 10 o'clock every morning. And so we're wrestling with that, and then doing our best to keep the economy moving forward and help businesses kind of prepare for what's to be an important season, especially if you're a retail business in our local downtowns and what have you. This is a really important season. So we're trying to lean in that with what we call Look Local campaign that will launch here pretty closely. So yeah, we're doing the same work you guys are doing, trying to keep things moving.
Yeah, struggling with our restaurants and kind of breweries that have outside seating, which has done very well. There's a couple picnic tables outside of one of our breweries that has just been a money-making machine all summer. But now what do you do as we come into fall, and then your beer gloves can only be so thick until you just can't drink beer outside. So
Wait a minute.
I didn't even
Yeah,
know there were beer gloves.
I spent many years in Butte. What do you mean gloves? Talk to Rick
yes, that's it. Is
and Joe. Yeah.
Brian, I do believe we have Danielle from Senator Daines' office with us.
excellent.
I'm going to stop sharing
There we are.
screen.
There we are. We see Senator Daines.
Hey, good morning.
Yes, good
Wonderful.
morning. Steve, I may hand this over to you if you're going to moderate.
I will do that. Thank you, Brian. Senator Daines, welcome and good morning. Thank you for
Thanks, Steve.
giving us your time this morning. We appreciate it. We know you're just a little bit busy right now.
Oh,
So your willingness to pause and have a dialogue with us is greatly appreciated.
you bet.
I want to give you a little bit of background, and then we have a handful of questions. And I know we're on a real tight time frame with 30 minutes,
Yeah,
but we
sure.
really want this to be a dialogue. But we have some questions about some tools and things and
Yeah.
resources that we use
You bet.
from our federal partnerships. And so we want to talk to you about those. And then at the end, if we have time, you may get a question or two from my colleagues.
Right.
And then we'll give you an opportunity to close, because we really like to
You bet.
have you close.
Yeah.
So I want to start by just sharing with you, as you know, this will be something you know very well. MEDA is a group of professionals who are very well trained and credentialed and experienced in community and economic development. And many of us have been serving our communities for a long time, all across the state of Montana. I say that with a smile because I have gray hair and I'm looking at my colleagues, and many of them do too. Although we're a good collection of young and old and in between, and we're all passionate about serving our communities, helping them grow economically, and serving our business community and being a resource for them. We fill gaps. We build bridges, literally and figuratively. We finance businesses, we do troubleshooting, we plan, we try and provide leadership and resources for community and economic development, again, all throughout the state of Montana. And really, we recognize we can't do that alone. So our partnership with you, the partnership we've had with your office over the last several years, has been very vital and important to us. And the partnership we have really across political landscape is important to us. So it's in that spirit of partnership that we very much appreciate you joining us today. So I'm going to dive into a handful of questions, and we'll have you tackle those with us, and then we'll go from there. Here's our first question. Federal economic development programs, including the Economic Development Administration, the suite of USDA rural development programs, Community Development Finance Institution, the National Institute of Standards and Technology Manufacturing Extension Partnership, and the Small Business Administration, Small Business Development Centers have proven to be critical community development successes across Montana. Will you continue your support for the funding of these essential programs that we use on a daily basis in Montana?
Yeah, Steve, thank you. And thanks for your time this morning. You know, one of the not very well known parts of my resume going back a long time ago is I served on the board of the Gallatin Development Corporation for 3 years. That was before you morphed into Prospera now.
Yeah.
But that was a pre-Prospera days. And that was really when I was working in our family construction business. Because when I graduated from Montana State, worked for Procter & Gamble for 13 years. We want to come back to Montana and raise our kids here. We were you know, the story I have is such a Montana story of fighting to get back home. You know, as I was the classic example of getting a degree at Montana State, you know, kindergarten through high school in Bozeman. But I'll tell you that, you know, there weren't opportunities then. This is back in 1984 when I graduated. So when I came back, I worked in our family construction business. My dad was a residential home builder and light commercial. And as you know, I mean, we're all tied to economic development. When you're in the construction business, if there's not economic development and growth happening, you're unemployed. I mean, you're out of work. I mean, it's such a different environment right now in a place like Bozeman, where, good grief, the median house price now is $600,000. So it's gotten crazy here in terms of pricing. But anyway, I just share that because I served on the Prospera board, well, then GDC, Government Development Corporation, and got even a much better appreciation for what you all do in terms of helping communities make that bridge. But to answer the question, Steve, you know, I've been a consistent supporter and always will be of economic development programs while I've been in Congress. Think about the Hollings Manufacturing Extension Partnership. They're critical, truly, for growing manufacturing jobs. And remember, those manufacturing jobs are typically higher paying jobs in Montana. I think we sometimes need to change the way we talk about jobs. You know, we need more jobs, but really what we need is more higher paying jobs. Think about the wage structure here in Montana, and there's such a bifurcation right now between some of these very, very prosperous communities that we all know, you know, the larger communities across Montana, and then you don't have to go very far and you get into the, you know, I call it the reality of the Class B and Class C communities that are really struggling. Let's call a spade a spade. It's been tough. And with our ag economy, you know, having a tough go here of late. And so, in fact, that program saw a growth of 20% in funding as I've been, you know, involved in the appropriations process and so forth. And so the bottom line is I'll continue fighting for increased funding, not just keeping the funding, but I think we need to keep increasing it for programs at SBA, at USDA Rural Development, and these other critical programs. And there's I believe, a real important partnership between what those programs do in helping, you know, the private sector, which is ultimately the engine of economic growth. Because if you don't have a private sector growing, you don't have a tax base growing, and you've got to have a tax base growing here to fund these programs. So they all tie together in a very important way.
Thank you, Steve. We appreciate both your understanding and your continued support. Another question for you, a little bit more detail about a couple of other programs. The CDFI fund and the USDA Rural Development were left out of the CARES Act funding. Will you support supplemental funds for these programs and encourage USDA to create more flexible terms to make these programs more effective in helping Montana's economy growing again as quickly as possible?
Yeah, well, I tell you, you know, you're out there fighting the good fight on behalf of these important programs we work together on. And little did I know, the Opportunity Finance Network knocked on our door one day and said, I just was named as one of the 4 members of Congress to be named a CDFI champion in 2019. So you think about there's 535 members of Congress. I was one of the top 4 there, named as a champion for CDFI, and I was grateful for that recognition because we fight for it, you know, every day back in Congress. I think what's also important, you know, the unique placement I have on committees on behalf of Montana in the United States Senate. You know, I was the first senator in 75 years to get a placement on both the Finance Committee and the Appropriations Committee. You know, those are considered, you know, A committees in the United States Senate. And they're difficult committees to get on because they're committees that have a lot of influence in determining policy outcomes and funding priorities. And I'm grateful that, you know, I get to bring that voice of Montana back to DC. I sit on these 2 great committees, and again, first in 75 years. On the Approps Committee, I'm on the subcommittee. It's called, you know, Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee. You know, FSGG is kind of the buzzword back in DC. And that's a place I can uniquely push to advocate for additional funding for rural economic development. You know, that's one of the unique roles of the U.S. Senate, is that when you talk about rural, the fact that Montana has 2 senators, same as California. I mean, so we really can bring the rural voice and turn the decibel level up in terms of advocating for these programs. I'm also a proud sponsor of that Jobs and Neighborhood Investment Act. That would provide $2.9 billion to the CDFI fund And then I also support efforts to increase the flexibility within the program. It's one thing to fund the programs. It's another thing just to add a little additional flexibility that we need, as you know, particularly when you think about even within Montana, you know, our diverse needs across our communities, where we have our larger communities, then you've got, you know, Plentywood and Scobie and Ecoleka.
Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. And we appreciate you being a strong rural voice in the U.S. Senate. We're going to change the gears a little bit, talk about infrastructure. Montana is behind most states in reliable broadband with speed, cost, availability issues across the state in both rural and urban areas. Federal programs, laws, and regulations have not appeared to be effective in helping Montana address this critical infrastructure issue. Will you work with us to ensure that Montanans have access to world-class broadband service? And how would you accelerate our ability to provide broadband to underserved communities? This is something we've identified as an organization as literally priority number one for us, especially where we're at today. So your partnership with us in this area would be very important.
Yeah, well, I think honestly, Steve, of all the questions you've asked so far, I think that might be the most important. Not to say these others aren't important. I think if you're to prioritize, because I think there's two important components there that tie right back to economic growth and development, and that is, of course, the connectivity that we all talk about, the digital divide. It's been a high priority for me, for our rural and our tribal communities of late. If we don't have that connectivity, the bottom line is you just don't participate fully in the 21st century economy as things have changed here. You know, and I saw that firsthand, of course, spending 12 years in the cloud computing business right here in Montana. We had a chance to see what can be done in Montana when you have world-class connectivity. And that is something that unfortunately that divide, and you don't have to drive very far across Montana to see that divide existing. And so that's something, again, as a member of the Appropriations Committee, always fighting for and securing increased funding for rural broadband through the USDA and the FCC program. So there's the economic development side of it. There's also the piece that ties to economic growth, which is healthcare. Because if let's just say for a moment, we've got connectivity in a smaller rural community in Montana, but in that community we don't have access to healthcare. Well, that can become a constraint to actually growing the business. And we saw that even when we were growing our business Right Now Technologies. When we had people come and think about joining our company, they want to know about the schools, want to know about the safety in the neighborhoods. They want to know about healthcare. Talk about what happens here if I need a doctor or a nurse or a physical therapist. So the connectivity with broadband also provides another tool for telemedicine, and we're seeing that with COVID right now. That has been huge for our veterans as well as the general population. So I think there's another part of this, Steve, that's really important when we kind of look at the equation, which is, it's a lot more complicated than it looks on the surface. It's all the different ingredients that go into economic growth and development. And I think the telemedicine part is part of that. Lastly, too, I think we've got to be looking for the next generation of technology, because as you know, in Montana, when we're trying to lay cable or a line of sight as relates to broadband, with our topography, that can be difficult, and economically can be difficult as well. What's exciting is you look at what's going on with 5G, but then you look at what's going on with these low Earth orbit satellite technologies. That is, someday, and it won't be that far, we're going to have our smartphones, and we're going to be able to say, remember 10 years ago, we used to have to, connect to Wi-Fi here through a line of sight dish if you're in a rural community, perhaps. Now we're literally going upload to satellites. That's coming next. And that will be a really important part of finally finding some of these pockets across Montana where we just, either because of the financial obstacle or just topography, we can't get full coverage. So that doesn't mean you don't keep the fight going with the current existing technology, but I'm excited about the breakthroughs that are coming here. They're really gonna be a big deal for Montana.
Thanks, Steve. I appreciate that. And I think you're right on that particular technology, and the investments we can make in that can help make Montana more competitive in what is becoming a crazy world of change at a rapid pace. We better keep up. We've got one other written question for you, and then I think we're going to have a little bit of time for a couple of other questions from my partners. This one is about the Economic Development Administration. And I would say, as a side note, many of the projects, things, infrastructure that are happening across Montana has a little bit of connection and nexus to the Federal Economic Development Administration. And so they're an important partner for us. But this is in the context of our COVID crisis and CARES Act funding. The EDA is the primary economic disaster response agency and received $1 billion in response to COVID nationwide. For comparison, Montana received $1.2 billion in CARES Act economic relief and recovery, and this was not even enough to meet our total need. The EDA's limited funds were distributed through non-competitive grants, leaving little for competitive grants needed to help Montana businesses and communities. Will you join us in supporting additional EDA funding to give more Montana economic development, tourism organizations, counties, municipalities a chance to compete for funds through a competitive grant program?
Yeah. Well, the answer is yes, Steve. And I tell you, I just personally looking at what's happening right now as I'm traveling around Montana as it relates to the COVID crisis, we're a long ways from being out of this pandemic and the corresponding economic crisis. Of course, we're seeing the spike numbers. We had a phone call yesterday. Dr. Birx had a conference call. We had tribal leaders from across Montana on the phone. We had a lot of our hospital CEOs on that call. We had John Felton from Billings there, Riverstone, and the Yellowstone Health County official. And it was a pretty sobering conversation around what's going on in our state. We're now number 2 in the nation in terms of COVID-19 infection rates on a per capita basis. And so we're literally, I think the only state that's worse than us right now is North Dakota. So we've got this pocket of North Dakota, South Dakota, and Montana that are just experiencing it's the hottest zone in the entire country. And then that has, of course, the cascading effect on the economic challenges, combined with the fact we're going into flu season, which is going to be probably more difficult. We're inside more. There's more community contact, and then lastly, we're seeing the slowdown. Certainly, visitors coming into Montana. We had that brief spurt this summer. People, we had folks coming from all over. We even broke some records, believe it or not, with some visitation numbers in Montana. But that is declining rapidly, and now we're hitting that kind of the colder, slower winter months. And I'm very concerned about our travel and tourism industry, restaurants and lodging, that you can see it, you can hear it, what's going on right now across our state. So with that kind of as a backdrop, the answer is yes, support it for the EDA. And we've got to be able to bump that number up, no doubt, and then lengthen the time at which we can have those funds available, because that's going to be something that I think this is going to have a longer tail on it. I think we're well into Q1 and perhaps even Q2, middle part of next year. And that's maybe an optimistic view, but I think that's a realistic forecast right now. But the point is, it's not like we're a month away. I think we're probably 2 or 3 quarters away from getting out of this. And so I was a proud sponsor of it's called the Sustaining Tourism Enterprises during the pandemic, or it's called the STEP Act. That would authorize $10 billion in funding to the EDA, provide grants for travel, tourism, special event organizations that have been impacted by COVID-19. And that's something too in Montana. You think about, the rural water users have their annual conference up in Great Falls. Well, so, that used to have 300 people. Well, I was just up there speaking with them. I mean, their population and attendance was down 50%, right? Well, that takes a big hit on the Best Western and Great Falls. And that's just going to continue to have a cascading effect. So maybe that's a long way, but I want to make sure you say yes, but I just want to make sure you see the perspective that I'm looking at this moment. That we're in this for the longer haul. This is not going to be something that's going to get fixed between now and the end of the year.
I think you're absolutely right. Yellowstone County, we're limited to group sizes of no greater than 25 now. And for Mike Nelson at the Northern Hotel downtown, all of his meeting business, well, it's been struggling anyway. It's all gone.
Yeah.
And any prospective meeting business he had for the first quarter has almost all been wiped off the books because of that uncertainty. So it's tough. You're right. This will be a tough
And
season.
those businesses operate typically at a fairly low margin. I mean, there's not a lot of padding in what they have to do there. On a business that has and of course with Mike, he's got a fixed cost, of course, that beautiful facility. Combined with that is a difficulty finding staff to work.
Yep.
And if you have staff to work, then you can have with contact tracing COVID-19 numbers, suddenly you lose part of your housekeeping staff there. They're in quarantine. So I mean, these are really, really difficult times for so many businesses across Montana.
So I want to give my colleagues, we have a little time. I'm looking at the clock. Questions from any of my colleagues around the state of Montana. And Gloria, help me see if there's some hands raisings or people unmute themselves and just shout out, however we want to do that.
Oh, good. Good luck with your grade, sir.
So Steve, I might actually
Brian, please. Yep.
ask a question. Senator Daines, we hired a firm to come together and work with MEDA and our partners across the state to finalize a next generation analysis of community and economic development. And one of the repeating topics that kept coming up from industry and honestly from cities, from counties, from the state was workforce issues.
Yeah.
Do you have any sage advice for us from your end to be thinking about what else can we do to work on workforce issues?
Yeah. Well, having had experience, both in terms of finding, fulfilling open headcount needs in a construction business, a small business, of 20 employees or less, as well as a high-tech cloud computing company that had 500 employees right here in Bozeman. I've had some experience in that area, and I a couple of things that I've been working on that I think are part of addressing that. One is it goes back to what Marco Rubio said one time when he was running for president back in 2016. He was on the debate stage, and he said something that it probably was a little controversial, but I'm going to quote Marco Rubio. He said, "We need more welders and less philosophers." His point was, how do we continue in terms of workforce development, keep the trades fully staffed and moving forward? Because that's been a real issue in terms of finding skilled tradesmen and women. And so I've got a bill that I've been working on, and it's getting some traction relating to the 529 college savings program. That 529 program has been used by a lot of parents over the years. You start setting aside money early on in your child's, when they're in grade school and high school, for perhaps a college education. But why is it that we keep it focused only on college education? We ought to be looking at 2-year trade schools, apprenticeship programs. When you can go through an apprenticeship program, and by the time you come out, you have a skill, you immediately get a job, and you've got a higher wage than perhaps the standard liberal arts degree from a 4-year university. And I'm not opposed to liberal arts degrees in 4-year universities. I'm just saying let's elevate the trades. And so it actually would change the way $529 could be used. Because when you're setting aside those dollars for your child, you don't know what their desires might be by the time they get to be 18, 19, 20 years old. Give the parents more flexibility and encourage the trades where the wages typically are higher and the skilled and the workforce shortage is the most acute. So that's one thing. And that's a longer term play on that. But I think it's something that we've got to be addressing as we think about the long haul here on workforce development. I think second is on now back to the 4 years to STEM education. I'm a chemical engineer from Montana State. I'm biased as it relates to STEM education, but I think we have to call a spade here and say we've got to be encouraging more young people in Montana here to pursue careers in STEM. And we start doing that with girls and boys in grade school. Start thinking about a career perhaps in computer science, in programming, in engineering. Drive the sciences. China is graduating 3 to 5 times more STEM grads than we are here in the United States. This is a long-term threat to our competitiveness. And particularly here in Montana, we've got a great, great STEM education here at Montana State is one example, Montana Tech and others. Let's look for ways here to change policies that incentivize students to actually go pursue STEM education. That goes back to, I would change Marco Rubio's quote from, we need more welders and less philosophers. I'd also say we need more engineers. And those are high paying jobs. And those are the best jobs we can have here in Montana on the engineering side, that frankly, with broadband connectivity, you really can run your businesses from anywhere. And that higher tech side of it is higher wage and more likely to stay here in Montana. Anyway, just some thoughts.
Thanks, Brian, for that question, Steve. We appreciate that response. We have just a few minutes left. I'm going to throw out a question, and this is not intended to be political at all, but there's debate, obviously, around the next stimulus package. Just give us your prognostication. Do we have hope that can get done in short order? Because frankly, our business community still, as you indicated, we've got work to do.
Yeah, so I fully support another package. We need to have one. Just those earlier comments and discussion we had about this slowdown we're seeing here coming into these next couple quarters, I think could be really tough. Here's the bottom line. I'm watching this negotiation. It's like watching two parents fight right now a little bit. And the gap is about a $400 billion delta. That's the biggest sticking point right now between where Nancy Pelosi's at and where Mitch McConnell would be at. And what that is she wants $400 billion to go to states, frankly, that we don't think we should bail out. New York, California, and Illinois that already had fiscal problems prior to COVID. And we don't think it's the federal government's responsibility, Montana taxpayers' responsibility, to be bailing out these states for problems they had prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. So we want to have it targeted. She walked away yesterday from a $1.8 trillion offer, by the way. I don't know if you heard the news on that. They actually threw a $1.8 trillion offer, and she walked away from it. You can watch the interview with Wolf Blitzer on CNN. It got pretty heated. And so I'll give you my straight up view of this. This has gotten very politicized on both sides, of course, but I think at the end of the day, I will just tell you, Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi believe that not having a deal was advantageous to them politically. And I think that's just unfortunate. I'm just giving you the view of it. I know there'll be a different view from the Democrats. I'm just telling you how I see it right now. We put a bill on the floor of the United States Senate and voted on it. It was about a $600 billion package. It was targeted. It was right. The things that you all want right now in the package, every part of that was in there and fully funded, including unemployment insurance at $300 versus $600. It had another huge tranche here of PPP. It had dollars in there for our hospitals, universities, schools, postal service. It had $16 billion there in vaccines and therapeutic development. That was put on the floor of the United States Senate here. Just as like, let's try to get something going here. And we couldn't get a single Democrat to support us on it. We voted it. It got voted down. We got 51 votes on it. So I know you didn't want to politicize it. I didn't either. But I'm gonna call it like I see it. And here's the hope, perhaps, as you're watching the parents fight, is when the election's over, there's going to be a package. So the temperatures are high. There'll be a package because remember, there's not a budget right now. We passed a CR on September 30th. That went till December 11th. There will be some kind of an omnibus package, both a spending package, I say there's an appropriator, a COVID package, and then we've got to get some other very important piece of legislation passed in the lame duck session. So my forecast, if I just give it to you one right now, be sometime before probably the middle of December, we'll have another care package passed.
Steve, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Sorry for getting political here, but I'm just trying to be as objective as I can. There's always two sides to every story. I'm telling you, that's the side of the story that I'm seeing right now. Is I've been watching this for several months. I've been on literally daily phone calls with Steve Mnuchin, Mark Meadows, Mitch McConnell. We're on the phone daily. I know my opponent says I went on vacation during August. I will tell you, I wasn't even worth responding to. It's just flat out false. We've been working this thing. As you know, you can work remotely without having to be in DC, and we're working this actively. We got close a couple times and couldn't quite get the deal sealed. So there it is.
We're going to give you, thank you. We're going to give you a minute to wrap up for us.
Sure.
And we really appreciate the time and the open dialogue that we've had with you today.
Yeah. Well, no, thank you. And I what you all stand for, what you do, I want to thank you all what you personally do as you're involved in our communities, because it's not an easy job. you're always battling and fighting here for that next funding level here, for the help from the federal government and the state of Montana as well, you know, working together as partners. And
Senator Daines, are you still there with us? It looks like your
not from
connection was.
Montana. I would make them watch Class C. Are you getting my internet connection?
I think you're back on now, yeah. So
okay. I just saw a flash that internet is unstable right now. There we go. Broadband connectivity right here in Montana.
it's exactly right.
Yeah. But I would ask our new employees to watch Class C, The Only Game in Town, that wonderful PBS documentary that tells the story of the challenges in rural Montana. And, you know, I'm grateful I got to grow up in Bozeman. Yep, it's a very prosperous place. But as we say about Bozeman, it's a great town. It's only 20 minutes from Montana. The point is, the real Montana out there, where 44th in wages is out, and these communities are struggling. You all are helping those communities in terms of building a more vibrant economy. And without it, we can't keep our young people here. Without it, you can't retire here. Without it, we just don't have a quality of life that can match the incredible quality of life we have on the weekends. We just have the quality of life during the week, which means a good high-paying job. So thanks for what y'all do.
Thanks, Steve. We very much appreciate your time and your partnership.
Of course. Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Yep.
Take care. I see we have Congressman Gianforte on the call. Greg, thank you very much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Steve, good to be with you.
And you can give Senator Daines a call and tell him that he stole a minute of your time.
Okay. That's all right. I've been sharing with him for a long time.
Yeah. We thank you. We know you're busy right now. And so for you to pause with us and have a dialogue with the economic developers across the state is very much appreciated. Similar to what you had done with us months ago as we were working in this COVID work. And so our goal really today, we do have a handful of questions, but we want to use that as a platform to have a quick dialogue with you.
Sure.
So I'll walk through 4 or 5 questions. If there's some time at the end of that, my colleagues may be adding a question or two, and then we're going to give you a chance to close with us. But just to provide some context, and you know this very well, the group you're meeting with today, the Montana Economic Developers Association, is a group of trained professionals that work with local communities, local businesses all across the state of Montana. It is our job to help fill gaps and to build bridges, both literally and figuratively, to finance businesses, to do troubleshooting on community development, to plan for the growth and development of our community, to provide resources and leadership, support entrepreneurship, encourage new private investment and job creation. But we realized that that's not a job we can do alone. We absolutely need a broad partnership to make that happen, to lean into the private sector and help them move Montana forward. And so we appreciate that partnership, and that's the spirit of the dialogue today, is understanding that partnership. So I'm just going to walk through a few questions, and we'll see where our journey takes us today. For several decades, MEDA has had a strong working relationship with the Governor's Office of Economic Development, the Departments of Commerce and Labor, the Montana Board of Investments, and others. And we've had that partnership in order to deliver economic and community development tools and resources to businesses and local communities throughout our state. If elected, what will your strategy be to further this strong partnership with MEDA and together deliver existing and future tools and resources for economic growth for both rural Montana and our urban communities throughout the state?
Okay, thanks, Steve. And it's good to be with everybody. I see a lot of familiar faces out there. Steve, Terry, Patty, Paul, a lot of folks. So it's good to visit with you. And I just want to say I appreciate the work you do in our communities here. I always have a lot of respect for folks that are close to the issue. I think decisions are better made when they're made locally. I hope I have a chance to serve. I mean, the reality is that, as Steve Daines mentioned at the end here, we're 44th in the nation in wages. We export beef, we export grain, and we export our kids. And there's so much we can do to bring vibrancy back into rural communities. And I see the MEDA members as a critical partner in that effort. I've been very clear about the focus of my administration is going to be economic development. So I don't think you could ask for someone who's going to put more energy into creating stronger economic conditions so that entrepreneurs and small businesses can prosper. I will say that under I don't think we've had great leadership in a lot of the state agencies. I have been very vocal that I'm going to change out the leadership. And I think leadership boils down to really four things. You got to have the right people in charge. I think we have good state employees. But if you put a whole bunch of people on the football field and you don't tell them where the end zone is, you're not going to score a lot of points. And that's the difficulty we've had. As I travel the state, as I'm in your communities, I hear over and over again frustration dealing with state agencies. For example, trying to get permits out of DEQ and DNRC. I think my plan is to start with a top to bottom regulatory review. I think we need regulations to protect the environment and protect public safety. But as I talk to small businesses, they're covered up in red tape, and it doesn't seem like Helena really understands what it's like to carry the backpack of a small business owner. So I have also said that I'm going to slow the growth of government. That does not mean cutting state programs. My plan is to hold spending flat so that we can partner. I'd like to bring, I think the first step of leadership is to get the right people in charge. The second step is to bring clarity to mission so that we define where the end zone is so that we can actually start scoring points on behalf of the people of Montana. And then thirdly, you need to hold teams accountable. And just like we did in our little business, we started in our home that grew to 1,100 people with an average Montana wage of almost $90,000. We did operational reviews on a monthly or quarterly basis to understand how the teams were doing, whether or not they were accomplishing their goals, making sure they had the resources necessary to affect the outcomes, defining key performance characteristics, and then celebrating successes along the way. And I would be hopeful, and I would anticipate that MEDA would have a seat at the table. We need to understand what's going on in the local communities, and I look forward to working with you.
Thanks, Greg. We really appreciate that and that spirit of partnership. We want to chat a little bit about infrastructure, which I know is important to you as well. So our next question is, investments in infrastructure and workforce are bedrock for our economic growth. In every corner of Montana, in every meeting we attend, MEDA members are continually challenged about how we properly meet both workforce and infrastructure needs for businesses and communities. What is your plan to address this critically important set of issues, and how can local economic development leaders partner with you and support that effort?
Yeah, so I think there's three inhibitors, primary inhibitors to economic growth, and you hit on them in your mention. One is every small business owner I talk to, they can't find qualified workers, and we've got to deal with the workforce issues. My wife and I personally have now funded over 1,500 scholarships for low-income Montanans to get skills in the trades. I would like to see a tax incentive here in the state built into the code that would incent private businesses to provide scholarships to folks to get skills in machining, welding, carpentry, plumbing, because we need to build stuff. And I think particularly as we work to bring manufacturing back on shore from China, I think Montana can participate in that. I've always been, I'm a tech geek by training. I'm an electrical engineer, but I spent the bulk of my career as a sales guy. And I hope to be the #1 sales guy for Montana in recruiting businesses here. I'd love to partner with you on that. And I think it's easiest to build on existing successes. And that's why the businesses that are already in your communities, and you know this because you practice in this area. If you're working with an entrepreneur and he has a wild success and a year from now he has 3 employees, that is a success and we ought to celebrate it. But if you have an employer in your community that's got 10 employees and we help them go to 20, that's actually an easier lift than the first one. And we ought to focus there. So number 1 is workforce. The second one that I don't think has gotten enough attention is the drug epidemic that's keeping people out of the workforce. And I would like to have your help in finding community-based solutions that can help people get healthy. My wife and I have personally funded treatment courts in Lake County and Butte Silver Bow to help them get seed money to get started. I'd like to see treatment courts in every single county in the state because a business owner in Missoula told me that 70% of his job applicants cannot pass a drug test. And it is tragic that in Montana, we are the second highest in the country in the number of kids in foster care, mostly because, and that's, you know, when a little boy or a little girl doesn't have a mom or a dad, the likelihood of them graduating from high school goes down. The likelihood of them ending up in front of a judge with a felony drug charge goes up dramatically. And we've got to come together, and community-based solutions like what Child Bridge has done, getting 543 kids out of Montana foster care last year into permanent homes alone, is a huge success. We ought to be looking for more community-based solutions like this. And then the third piece of infrastructure, which was your original question, is I think we've got to get rural broadband in place everywhere. This is one of the key drivers for us. I have a personal relationship with Ajit Pai, the chairman of the FCC. I'll be in Livingston later today announcing a USDA rural development grant to Niemont. They're going to put thousands of additional people on broadband in Stillwater, Carbon, and Bighorn County. That was a grant that we helped them pursue and got. We did the same thing down in the Big Hole that's going to bring fiber into those communities, and that's being built out by a local Montana company. I just think that one of the attributes I have that I'll bring to the governor's office is 3.5 years being in Washington, relationships with President Trump, with Sonny Perdue, the Secretary of Agriculture, Dave Bernhardt, the Secretary of Interior, Ajit Pai at the FCC, Brendan Carr, who's been to Montana, one of the FCC commissioners. Rural broadband is an incredible equalizer for us. It's the way we can bring telemedicine and healthcare into our rural communities. It helps with education, and it's an economic driver. I love to talk about the story when one of the primary initiatives that I'm going to undertake if I'm your next governor in the Department of Commerce is we've been exporting Montanans for decades. And frankly, this COVID situation has taught us that if you have a desk job, you don't have to go to work anymore. Well, all these Montanans want to come home. I did a project with the former mayor up in Shelby where we invited Montanans to come back home at a high school reunion and bring their job with them. And that was just one invitation 3 years ago. As a result, 10 families came back to Montana. They all bought or built homes. They enrolled their kids in the local schools. They shopped downtown, and their spouses either stayed home with the kids or entered the workforce and became nurses and teachers. I think that this is one of the biggest levers we have as a state. And as your next governor, I will take the alumni list from MSU, Western, Northern, and the private colleges that they want to participate, and mail every single alum who doesn't have a Montana address and tell them to come home and bring their job with them. They want to come home. They just need to make it economically viable. So I just think there's a lot of potential here, and ag will always be our number one industry. And the other advantage of doing that is we bring back Montanans who have Montana values, as opposed to whatever other values people might bring with them Montana.
Thanks, Greg. We appreciate that. Let's pivot and talk a little bit about COVID-19. we've all spent the last 7 or 8 months, and with many more months ahead of us, working with small businesses in our communities to adapt to COVID-19. How can the state of Montana and local and regional economic development organizations partner to help sustain traction in our economic recovery during this critical time?
Yeah, so this is a really critical question because we're going to be dealing with COVID for a while. And you have to recognize, I mean, 150,000 Montanans have lost their jobs. Many small businesses have shut. Some will never reopen. I think one of the most tragic stories I heard was in Augusta. They were contemplating whether or not to have their rodeo at the end of June. And in the end, they favored caution and they canceled the rodeo. And on Monday, or early that next week after the last week in June, when the rodeo was supposed to be, 4 businesses on Main Street filed for bankruptcy and they'll probably never reopen. So I think we have to recognize that we have a health crisis. We also have an economic crisis, and we've got to balance leadership between those two things. I'm hopeful. I serve on the healthcare subcommittee. We have 4 vaccines in phase 3 clinical trials. I'm hopeful we'll have a vaccine by the end of the year or early next year. I think it really will be this year. That'll give us a new tool in the box. What we need to do, and this is where I'll need your help, let's identify the essential workers that need to be protected. These are our healthcare workers. These are our teachers in the classrooms. I mean, the American Pediatrics Association says keeping schools closed is not healthy for the kids. These kids have higher resiliency, most of them. So as your next governor, my priorities are going to be keeping the most vulnerable safe, the healthcare workers, the teachers, those in senior living facilities. But for the remainder of the population, for the general population, I would rely much more on personal responsibility rather than mandates out of Helena. I also think the governor's office could do a much better job of being clear about what is permissible and what's not permissible. There have been huge gaps in the guidance that's been brought in. I don't mean to wear down the current administration because we are in unprecedented times. But we're going to live with this for a while. Let's deal with the public health crisis. But life has to go on. We got to get our economy going again. And again, I trust Montanans with their health and the health of their loved ones. We need to provide them good guidance. And if they want to exhibit more caution, that's their prerogative, and they should be able to do that. We should encourage them to do that.
Thanks, Greg. I appreciate that encouragement. Switching gears again, tax increment financing is one of a small set of tools that are available to communities throughout our state and provides a mechanism for leveraging private investment that is critical for economic development. How familiar are you with tax increment financing, and can we count on your support in continuing this valuable program for communities? That my add-on to that is it is really one of the only ways we can look to achieve public-private partnerships that incentivizes new private investment.
Yeah, so I am familiar with the TIFs, and I understand they're a very useful tool. I don't, so I recognize the role that they play in our communities, and clearly the thing that gives private sector uncertainty is uncertainty, changing the rules along the way. So let's steady as she goes. If it's not a problem, it doesn't need to be fixed. I would note on that though, if you haven't gotten a chance to look at my comeback plan, I would encourage you to do it. It's up on the web at montanabusinessplan.com. The good news for you all is it's really short. So it's an easy read.
Thank you.
And honestly, that's the roadmap. And I would love to have your feedback on these various areas. It talks about how we're going to lower taxes, reduce regulations, invest in trades education, do more value-added ag. I was so pleased to see Miles City College start their apprenticeship program in meat cutting, and they did it virtually. So every single community in the state can participate. That's fantastic. I just toured Highline Packing up in Malta here recently, and they're putting people to work and adding value for our beef producers. I think our hospitality industry and tourism has probably been hurt the worst. We need to give confidence back to folks so they start traveling again. I think for the foreseeable future, people are not going to be getting on planes and going to Europe. So we ought to be encouraging Americans to come to Montana and recreate here, filling up our hotels and our restaurants and these sorts of things. So again, I would encourage you to look here. This is more detailed. We crowdsourced the ideas in here from all over the state. We spent almost a year collecting the ideas, and this is distillation of the best ideas.
Greg, I've had the opportunity to read through that, and I bet most of my colleagues have done the same, and we appreciate its brevity and to the point. But I think
you know what Mark Twain said? He said, I'm sorry this letter to you was so long. I didn't have enough time to write a short one.
Well, and I think we probably do have some thoughts and ideas for you in reflection on your plan. And that's the next question. Starting back in 2019, in the fall, into the winter, and then into 2020, MEDA partnered with well over 70 organizations and businesses, including the Montana Chamber Foundation, to conduct a comprehensive analysis titled Montana's Next Generation Analysis, Community and Economic Development Tools. This work helped to identify opportunities to take our community and economic development tools and strategies to another level, comparing Montana to neighboring states with varying political leadership and unique initiatives related to workforce development, infrastructure, community development, talent retention and attraction, public-private partnerships, new business recruitment. To stay competitive, we believe Montana needs innovative approaches to how we respond to these challenges and opportunities. In that context, how can MEDA partner with you to support innovation of our community and economic development strategies and tools?
Yeah, so that's, I appreciate that. And that kind of goes to the plan. And I appreciate your desire to benchmark against neighboring states, because I think it's important. Although I'm an engineer, I'm fiercely competitive, and you got to keep score. You got to keep score. And you look at where we are today. We're 44th in the nation in wages. We have the lowest starting teacher salary in the entire country. We are second in the number of kids in foster care per capita. We have one of the highest suicide rates in the country. And this is before COVID. So clearly, better is possible. I think a number of those are directly related to the meth epidemic. That's why it's so high on my list. I agree with almost everything you said, Steve. But you made one comment about the TIF being the only tool to get private investment. I think it is true. It is an incentive, and I support using it. But I think there are other tools. And let me just tell you a quick story. When we were growing our business in Bozeman, we couldn't get enough computer scientists. And the entire MUS system, 30,000 students, in a single year produced 40 computer scientists, bachelor graduates. That was about what we wanted to hire in 1 year. And we couldn't hire all of them. So it was enlightened self-interest. I went to the university and said, I want to help you produce more computer science graduates because that's in our business's best interest. It's also good for Montanans because we can keep them here. Well, that was complicated by the fact that we paid our employees well. And I came to work one day and virtually every professor in computer science had applied for a job as a programmer with our company. Now, hiring them all would not have been a good idea because it's like eating your seed for the following planting year. It's just, it's not going to work out. So I was forced to partner with the university to figure out how to get teaching salaries up in the computer science department. And ultimately, both our company and us privately, we underwrote, I think, 7 or 9 professorships at MSU in computer science. But then we still didn't have enough people. So we started a demand creation program. We took a professor at MSU and we personally funded him traveling to high schools. And it turns out that Hunter Lloyd, prior to being a professor, he was a stand-up comedian. So he was very entertaining. And so what we did was we basically reduced his teaching load so that he could go do presentations in high schools. And he did a robotics presentation. And at the end of the presentation, he, and the kids are just on the floor laughing. These were done in gyms and assemblies all over the state. And at the end, he said, oh, by the way, I teach computer science at MSU. And if you like what I did here today, why don't you come study? Well, the net result was we took undergraduate enrollment in computer science at MSU from about 175 to over 600 over a 10-year period. And now we're producing a much higher output that's good for MSU. It's good for the tech community. And I really believe that the impact to a business of not having a qualified worker, to go back to this workforce shortage for a second, is so high and so costly that we should expect these small businesses to come to the table and participate economically in improving their outcome. And I would love to work with MEDA as a broker in having those discussions. So again, the plans here, I think the issues we've laid out, it's the meth epidemic, which is keeping people from reaching their full potential, and they can't be in the workforce if they're addicted to a substance. It's workforce training issues, and it's rural broadband. Those are the key levers we have. Now, in addition to that, I promise you that we will do a top to bottom regulatory review of every state agency. We're going to keep the regulations we need for public safety and to protect the environment, but everything else, we're going to, consider whether we need it or not. We're going to lower taxes. We're going to get new leadership in these state agencies. We're going to hold them accountable and deliver performance metrics so they serve the people of Montana. And I would love to hear from you. I will tell you that I'm not the content expert. What I know how to do well is hire teams, bring clarity to mission, and then hold those teams accountable. We can agree that we want higher starter teaching pay. I think we can agree that we don't want to be 44th in the nation in wages. I think we agree we have a workforce shortage. So let's work on those problems together. I'll take good ideas wherever they come from. And I think I demonstrated that in Washington, working across the aisle to get a whole bunch of stuff done. It was the Democrat chair of the healthcare committee that I worked with to get our whole telemedicine bill done. I worked with another Democrat on rural broadband. And so again, I think that we share so much more in common as Montanans than separates us. One of the things I've committed to is when I'm your next governor, the governor's residence will be a house of hospitality. I love to cook, and you're all invited, and we'll discuss how we move the state forward.
I'm tempted to ask you what your favorite dish is, but we are running out of time a little bit. Greg, I think in the invitation for our dialogue today, I think we sent you a copy of our next generation analysis. If we haven't do that, we'll make sure your team gets that.
Okay.
And I would encourage you just to look through that. I think you'll find some common interests, things we've identified together, and MEDA is absolutely in a position, if you're elected, to be a partner in the economic growth of our community. I'm looking at the clock. We've got 2 minutes, so we're going to give that time back to you, Greg, and let you wrap up with us.
Well, I've made a commitment to public service because my wife and I have been blessed. We started this little business at our home. It grew to 1,100 people. We showed that if you combine the Montana work ethic with good leadership, people can prosper. And I just feel, just like our founding fathers did, that they expected people in public service to have done their business in the private sector and then kind of spend a time giving back. And that's really what's driving me. My wife and I have raised our 4 kids in Bozeman. 3 of our 4 kids don't live in Montana anymore. They left for better jobs. And I know so many Montana families are in that situation. I'd like to see the kids around the table on Sunday afternoon. I know a lot of Montana families feel the same way. That's why I'm running for governor. I look forward to using the skills I've been given and the scar tissue I've accumulated over the years to help Montanans prosper. And I look forward to partnering with MEDA. Again, I think better decisions are made closer to the people. And as you review the comeback plan, whether it's the meth epidemic, starting teacher pay, wages, workforce training, as you have good ideas, bring them forward and let's figure out how to move the ball down the field. I look forward to scoring a lot of points. And I firmly believe Montana's best days are ahead of us.
Thanks, Greg. We appreciate that. And on behalf of the 80 plus MEDA members that are on the call today, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate the work you've done with us over the last several years, and then we look forward to a partnership.
Okay.
Thanks, Greg.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks, everybody.
Right. Take care.
So again, thank you, Steve, for taking care of that and overseeing our discussion with our candidates. And actually, I think we're going to be moving into the next step. Gloria, do we have anything other than from a housekeeping standpoint of moving into the conversation about next gen?
No, I think that's where we're at to pop into our next gen. And Steve is really getting a workout today.
Yes.
Well done, Steve, on the candidate forum. Thank you.
Well, I think we all have a little bit better understanding. And I think the fact that it's all about building relationships, and notwithstanding our political persuasion, we want to have a strong relationship with our civic leadership, regardless of the side of the aisle. And Gloria, you pulling all that together, getting all their schedules to line up, absolutely amazing job. And it helps us continue that important relationship building. I am going to complain about whoever authored our schedule, because now I just have to stay on point and continue to do some work. But I'm happy to do that. We have a great panel pulled together today. And I think, Gloria, I think the whole panel's with us. Todd O'Hare. Todd, are you online with us? And then also Britt Fontenot. Britt, I think I saw you, because you're donning a new beard I've seen.
Challenged me. They didn't think I could grow a beard, so I told them I would give it a shot.
Okay, well, it's looking sharp. Thank you for joining us in all the work that we do, but for this dialogue. And I know Tracy McIntyre's on board. Nicole, are you on board with Mako?
Steve, I saw her. She's showing up as Brenda. She just left her seat, so she's there somewhere.
Okay, so she's there in spirit, and she'll be there in person in just a moment. Terry, I think I saw you, Terry Brocky with Island Mountain Development.
Yes, I'm here.
Thanks, Terry, for joining us. And then Jim Atchison, our Tony Preedy Economic Development Champion of the World. Jim Atchison, I'm pretty sure I saw you on the call as well.
Here, Steve.
And I'm going to get some sort of text messages from Jim saying, would you knock off the accolades? Okay, so why have we been working on this Montana Next Generation analysis for feels like years? Remember the dialogue we had a couple of years ago leading into some of our legislative work that we had to do. We knew we needed to do work in preparation for change and for what was going on in the legislature, and a whole effort to protect our programs, but also be thinking about new programs. And I wanted to remind us a little bit. I want to take our clock back to 1999. Where were you all in 1999? Some of you, your hair was darker. Some of you had more hair in 1999. Some of us were doing different things in 1999. I found it interesting. In 1999, it was the launch of the euro currency, and the European Central Bank was established in 1999. And where is that today? Everybody is gone and out, and they're kind of on their own. 1999 was not a good year for Bill Clinton, and so we won't get into that. We've had enough political discussion already this morning. Remember the launch of handheld devices in 1999? Remember the BlackBerry? Who still has a BlackBerry? Confess. I know there's one of you out there. I don't even think there's a platform that supports BlackBerry any longer. In 1999, Montana had about 880,000 people. We're now over 1.2 million, and some parts of Montana are growing. In fact, that close to the 1.1 or 1.2 million, that's not even an updated number. Imagine the growth we've experienced over the last year and will likely experience in the years to come. Montana is still among the oldest states in the nation on average. Our average age is 40.1 years. So I don't know what the average age in this group would be today, but let's just say that we reflect Montana in that context. So a lot has happened since 1999, and that was the year there was a statewide effort to have a conversation about economic development. Now, we routinely as MEDA constantly are having a conversation about economic development and how we can move our world forward and our communities forward, and how we can better do the work that we do. But as a state collectively coming together, we hadn't had a discussion about, I'm looking at a comment, websites look like, oh, Russ put a comment about 1999 in Google or something like that. So check that out. Was that when Al Gore invented the internet, or did that come before or after that? We've routinely had those discussions, but as a state, comprehensively, we hadn't really done that since 1999. So the question is why? Why have we launched this effort? Because frankly, our time to have a broader statewide dialogue was well past due. And we knew that. We knew that strategically as an organization. We also knew that not only was it important to have that discussion just for our sake and the health of where we're going and in the work that we're doing, but we could look at our communities and know that they were absolutely changing right in front of our eyes, and they continue to change right in front of our eyes. The fundamentals of our work that we do and how we lean into economic development has fundamentally changed since 1999. Where incentives used to be the mantra of the day, it really, now we're looking at leaning into building the quality of our community. So our need for tools and strategies to help lean into those new economic development fundamentals needed to change as well. So together we launched on a process. We developed a scope of work. We pulled together a steering committee. We went out and attracted some partners. Public sector, private sector, organizations came together under this effort. We found what I think is a great team and TIP strategies that did a very thoughtful job bringing their national and international expertise to bear on the analysis work that we did. We started an outreach process while we were able to, pre the COVID lockdown, and we hit the road and spent some time traveling in eastern Montana and central Montana. And by the time we turned the corner toward western Montana, we got locked down. And many of you pivoted very quickly, as you always do every day. And we were able to make connection with the balance of Montana through Zoom meetings and conference calls. And we went, in my opinion, over and above our effort to kind of engage our communities. And we learned a lot from that process. And what we learned is embodied in our next generation analysis. I know there is not universal support for every one of the findings from the analysis. We all have a different opinion because we all come from a different place as we view the analysis. But I think we could all agree that it is an important platform for dialogue about our future strategies and approaches to community and economic development. And it would be my encouragement that as we come out of this conference, we lean into that platform and lean into whomever is elected and have those strategic conversations about community and economic development. So enough of that introduction from me. I'm going to get straight to our panel, and we're going to start out with a series of questions. And I'll just have each of the panelists answer these questions quickly as we walk through them, and they could add whatever commentary would be appropriate on their side. So from each of your perspective, why were you involved in this study? Why did you get involved in the next generation analysis? And I'm just going to go down the line. Did we get Todd joining us? Is Todd on board? right.
Steve, I just sent him an email asking if he was having any problems and if he could join us.
Okay, great. So we'll come back around to him. Britt, let's start with you. Why the involvement in this analysis?
Good morning, Steve, and thank you very much for your invitation to be on this panel with such a distinguished group of Montanans and economic development professionals. I feel really humbled by that invitation. Can I just first start by saying how proud I am to be a member of MEDA today? Today is a very proud moment to be a member of this organization, and I just want to state that, put that out front. What the leadership of MEDA is doing, and I'm getting into the answer here quickly, by putting this report out and generating leadership on many of these issues at the state level, I think is critical, and I'm happy to be a part of it, and I'm proud of that. So thank you for allowing that to happen. The reason I got involved, Steve, is related to partly what I just commented on. It was time for some organization to take a leadership role and move the state of Montana into the 21st century in terms of its economic development strategies and structures. And so when I heard that this is what the leadership team at MEDA was working on, I jumped at the opportunity to get involved because I saw it as a unique one, and one that I think was going to really kind of cast a mold for how MEDA was going to interact and evolve for the next decade or so. And so I just saw it as really a watershed moment for the organization and for economic development in the state. And so I wanted to be a part of that.
Thanks, Britt. We appreciate that. Tracy, how about you?
Thanks, Steve. And I'm going to echo Brett a little bit on it's a great day for all of us, I think. And so from the Montana Cooperative Development Center, we discussed our involvement on being part of the Next Gen project. And really when it came down to it, we wanted to make sure that the cooperative world was being part of the economic development world, that we were tying those bridges together and that we were bringing that cooperative conversation into the overall fold. So it was really important for us to be part of this, and then just learning about how communities were seeing different programs working in the state. I think from being involved with MEDA as long as I have been, for me personally, it also was really it was really needed in the fact that we needed to have a pause, check, and see how we can continue to go forward. And so I appreciate the analysis. I think though that we need to make sure that we understand it is an analysis, and it's our job as MEDA now to take it into strategic planning and moving the plan forward.
Thanks, Tracy. Very well said. Nicole, we had great opportunity to connect with county commissioners across the state. Why was Mako at this table with us?
Hi, Steve. Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sometimes I have technical issues. It's important to have Mako at the table as well as county commissioners because local government is the source that fuels economic development in our businesses at the local level. So I am really grateful to be a part of this conversation. I think the state of Montana has the same problem that specifically my community does, but other communities as well, where we rely very heavily on the coal industry. So we all know a lot of our economic development funding comes from the Coal Trust Fund, and Muscle County has all of their eggs in one basket, which is the coal industry. So I think this is an important opportunity for us to diversify not only the economy of our state across all of our communities, but our local communities, but our state as well. And so it's about diversifying what we're doing. And so I think this study, this analysis is an important tool for us to move that forward so that we are competitive with the other states around us.
Thank you, Nicole. I appreciate that. Terry, how about you? Why did Island Mountain Development come on board with this analysis? Just hit your unmute button there, Terry, and we'll
Apologies
There
there,
we
my mouse wasn't working very well.
Good.
I'm here. But first and foremost, I just want to thank MEDA and Planning Committee, Gloria, for all your hard work for this conference. It's been very informative and enlightening. Just wanted to say that, I'll make a disclaimer as being, involved in the trenches with this. I really wasn't too involved in this, but really reviewing and looking at the analysis that has come out, I see a lot of, from a tribal community and tribal representation, I see a lot of common threads that sometimes are exacerbated by low socioeconomic status. And so really being able to identify some of those key factors that creates that dialogue to drive forward on a overall statewide kind of policy initiative, I think is very, very important, not only for the rurality of Montana, but the larger metropolitan areas that we have and the tribal communities. So I kind of really dissected it with notes and looked at it and really found some very, very strong factors that both tribal communities and non-tribal communities within the state have very similar commonalities. So I'm just really grateful for MEDA to create a document like this to really drive economic development, because that's my core job right now is to do that. And then, I also, coming on to MEDA, since I've been on here, I work with Paul with Bear Paw Development Corporation, serving on their board of directors, and then seeing how instrumental, and kind of being in the trenches with Bear Paw Development, as much as I can participate, how much it affects our local economy, the support, and so by identifying some of those needs, it's very important.
Thank you, Terry. I appreciate that. Jim Atchison, your thoughts.
Well, good morning, Steve. Thank you for the opportunity to be on the panel and to share some of these thoughts on the Next Gen project. Originally, I was very excited about MEDA taking a leadership role in this statewide initiative, and certainly welcome that. Of course, we were somewhat interrupted with COVID and other challenges during that process, but from a practitioner in a pretty rural area of Montana, we certainly have challenges and like everybody else, but I was hoping the Next Gen study would help us with interaction with key stakeholders throughout the state and help us find solutions in a statewide method. Many of you know, some of these rural areas have certainly, we have to leverage scarce resources to make things happen. We just don't have the time, the money, or the people to do a lot of things. So I was hoping this Next Gen study, once it came out, would help us find those solutions. And that's why I was excited about it and still am today.
Thanks, Jim. I appreciate that. Has Todd joined yet, Gloria? Gloria, is Todd O'Hare on board with us?
I don't see him yet, and he didn't.
All right, we're gonna keep trying to.
So rats.
All right, we'll keep trying to find him. All right, let's go back, team, and think about this. Think specifically about the areas in the report. What's jumping off the page for you? What part of the report or the recommendations resonate with you and your organization? And whoever would like to go first. I'll just do this so that we maintain a little bit of order. Britt, we'll start back with you. It might be easier to do it that way.
Okay, Steve, thank you for the question. Sure. So first, I would like to, what jumps out at me is what you mentioned earlier in your opening comments, Steve, is the statewide participation in the report. And if anyone would care to turn to page 1, or just the backside of page 1, you'll see the long list of participating organizations. And I just think that is critical in terms of getting buy-in on some of the ideas as we move forward, as Tracy mentioned earlier, to some sort of way of implementing some of these concepts. I think having that wide range and variety of input is really important. So that was the first thing. The second piece, I think the key findings are something that we really need to pay attention to. Increased collaboration, improving programs and linked to strategies, investing in infrastructure, and that's one that I'm particularly interested in, broadband in particular, and improving community development by bettering our placemaking tools. I think those are really important concepts that communities around the state could use to make some improvements. And then thirdly, I think comparing, as Congressman Gianforte referenced, comparing ourselves to our neighbors, our competitive neighbors, is really important. I think that allows us to see what kind of competitive disadvantage we are at, particularly in the infrastructure area, and when it comes to what other states are doing. These are our competition, friendly competition, but competition nonetheless, and we need to be in a position to be competitive, and right now we're not. And so, and then finally, the city of Bozeman has taken the recommendations of this report and some of the concepts, and they've really embraced it, along with other legislative agendas as we move towards the session in 2021. And so we at the city and our commissioners, our elected officials have really embraced the findings and want to continue to support that effort. And so I've taken it upon myself to make sure that it didn't just stop at the Economic Development Office. Right, I needed to make sure that it continued up through our organization to the elected officials, and so I'm happy to say that we've accomplished that, and including broadband, up to and including the broadband. And so those are my sort of overall my takeaways, what I think is important from the plan, and so thank you for that, Steve.
Absolutely, Brett. Thank you very much. I see we've got Todd O'Hare on board with the State Chamber. Todd, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Thank you for letting Gloria track you down and pull you out of probably 5 other meetings or wherever you were this morning, zooming it. So we'll back up and ask you why the State Chamber Foundation got involved in the Next Gen analysis. And then go ahead and answer the question, what's jumping off the page for you? Looking at the analysis, what's really resonating with you and your membership?
Sure, well, my apologies for joining late. I got distracted, I kind of the dog from Up, squirrel. And so I apologize.
I have the same problem.
So thanks for your patience and tolerance.
Absolutely.
The Montana Chamber Foundation, we looked at this last fall, and we have a strategic plan for the organization that was developed 4 years ago, and it was a 10-year strategic plan. And that strategic plan focuses on 4 pillars: infrastructure, workforce development, general business climate, which that encompasses everything from taxes to regulations to judicial activities. And then the final one was entrepreneurship. And so those are the 4 strategic objectives that the Chamber is pursuing. And it helps keep us focused on what it is that the business community wants. And it keeps the organization from being that dog and Up and being distracted by every squirrel that comes along, because as you know, there are a lot of squirrels out there in Montana, and it's easy to get pulled into different directions. So when we looked at what the proposal was to participate in this effort, I think we recognized that it had the potential to really align with our strategic objective. And one of the things that I've worked real hard at since I started at the Montana Chamber in April of 2019 was I felt like we need to increase our presence in partnerships with other leading organizations. We're a relatively small staff. There's 6 of us here total. I'm trying to cover the whole state, and our bandwidth is just limited. And so the best thing that we can do is, rather than try to recreate a wheel, let's look for those other opportunities that someone's already created a wheel, and let's see if there's ways that we can get behind it and support it. And so that was the driving force conceptually to why it was that we wanted to support this effort, was to take a look at what were the economic opportunities in Montana, what were the tools that were available through the different economic development authorities, and what sort of adjustments do we need to make from that. Moving to what jumped out at me from this report is that, there was, frankly, the report turned out better than I think we'd hoped. We were concerned that you would end up with a 3-page laundry list of different priorities. But when you look at what the outcome of that was, you know, I personally was relieved to be able to go back to my foundation board and say, man, this thing is checking every one of the boxes that we have identified through our strategic plan. You know, the workforce development piece, right? Even though that we're in an unemployment sort of a situation today that's higher than what we've seen for some time in Montana, I think the foundational challenges with workforce development have not changed. And I think that this is going to just continue to be exacerbated through this time that we're in. We're seeing some great opportunities for remote work and business relocation opportunities in Montana that are going to be largely dependent upon whether or not we can have increased access to broadband and high-speed internet for those remote workers and those businesses that are going to be in the high-tech space. And then one of the other ones is that this industry cluster aspect, which I think is a real opportunity for Montana, is, you know, trying to focus on what those industry clusters might be and how we can support that. So this report, I think, checked a lot of those boxes. And like I said, you know, we were relieved to see that it aligned with our strategic plan. And so we're excited about these results, and we're looking forward to moving it forward from there.
Thanks, Todd. I appreciate that. We really respect and appreciate our partnership with the State Chamber. Tracy, what's jumping off the page for you as you look at your membership across the state and the work that they're doing in local communities? What about this report resonates?
So thanks, Dave. I think what I noticed when I read through the report, and I'm going to be discussing this further with my board and the council in the next couple weeks, but for me personally, what I saw was what wasn't there. And it really did kind of outline the work that we need in bringing the cooperative world to the bigger picture and sharing our story. I think that, you know, that's what resonated yesterday with Mark too, was that we're not telling the cooperative story very well. So we are coming out with our impact report, hopefully here soon, and really getting out there, letting people know that the power of the cooperatives in Montana that are currently existing, as well as some of the issues that we saw from the co-ops or from the communities coming forward on how we as a co-op development center can help all of you guys address these needs in your community. Some of those include the childcare. We've been working on a lot of childcare activity. We all know that mom and pop shops are hurting and that there's definitely businesses that are struggling. And so worker conversions, moving the ownership over to the workers is a big thing across the nation. So we're bringing that to Montana. Our opportunity development, we've got a handful of these starting, but bringing investment opportunities through the cooperative model into communities. And then in general, we all know that I'm a big proponent of this broadband discussion. And so jumping into that and kind of helping lead MEDA's efforts on how economic developers can address broadband in partnership with our cooperatives that are doing some excellent work out in many areas of the state.
Thanks, Tracy. I appreciate that. Nicole, from a MACO perspective, what's jumping off the page for you in this analysis? Nicole literally jumped off the page, and so we'll come back to her in just a second. Terry, we'll ask you this question, and you kind of touched on this a little bit earlier. For our Native communities across Montana, what do you see that really is resonating in a strong way in how we lean in and help serve and revitalize Native communities?
Yeah, you know, when I initially looked at this document and really looked through the final version and kind of poured through it, you know, I think inclusion more with, you know, the programs and working together. And those are challenges that, like, even Paul and I have had discussions about, you know, tribes often have their own kind of economic development, and sometimes, you know, they're competing for funds in some ways. But then I also look at, you know, the importance of from tribes is the big thing that when I look through the report, one of the biggest things is access to capital. And I know everyone struggles with that, but really outside entities understanding a tribal corporate structure. I think, that's where I think like a MEDA could, representing Native Americans, to really explain that to the business leaders to understand our different ways we generate business. And so, like, for example, we have, most reservations have a high unemployment rate, so we have a lack of tax base to generate that revenue. And so tribes have, set aside corporate structures to do that on behalf of tribes. And sometimes, access to capital, they don't always understand that process, that we're empowered to do that on behalf of the tribes, the tribal government side. And then we also, our revenues help fund the government, which is kind of like, it's almost like a tax. I mean, we get taxed more or less in the form of profit sharing. That's how our structure is with our tribe. But, really one of the things that I liked about this whole thing is infrastructure was a big thing that was really brought up. I mean, we've had to do investments on our own as a corporation to bring in, really business class fiber. We also, because of the rural electric co-op, sometimes their infrastructures are not as strong as they could be. And so we had to bring in 3-phase power, because there was just where we're at, because where our main office is in a very rural area in Hayes, Montana. And so we had to do that investment ourselves to bring those things in, because the infrastructure did not support that. And I don't fault anybody. It's just, those are some of the challenges that we have. So that focus on that, not only broadband, but really stress even some of the local rural economies throughout Montana, and, really assisting the rural electric cooperatives in some way to, increase their structure. I also felt, when I looked at, we have an agricultural committee. I mean, one of the things that I haven't heard very much is really talking deep in ag, and ag is a huge business in our state. And our committee is made up of some tribal producers, and that's the report, which I really like, was built on value-added agricultural production. How do we first and foremost give the share for the producer a little bit more market share, but also, within like when I looked at the South Dakota, portion of it, they're big processors, they have, how do we bring that to Montana? How do we bring more feedlots to our Montana, which supports our agricultural endeavors? Those things like that, adding those chains and keeping that chain in Montana as opposed to having to outsource it. I think that from an agricultural, my grandpa was an old ag dealer, so, I got to put my 2 cents in for him, and God rest his soul. But I think that's an important driver in all these rural economies when you look at the Main Street side of it. And so I thought that was a very important, I looked at 1.23, explore talent recruitment and retention incentives, especially for remote workers. I have workers that are from Maryland. I have workers that work for our corporation from Texas. I have workers in Missoula. I have workers in Billings. I have workers in Havre. I have workers in, Chinook and Malta. And now with us being in a work from home environment, and being in a very skilled, some of our businesses that we have are very industry specific. So recruiting that talent, and, we've invested in Billings, with a corporate office. And that's the whole point, is to recruit talent that wants that quality of life and what we talked about. And that we've built our businesses even in the Billings economy to some point, because again, with access to capital. So we've had to take some creative ways to, but also wanting to be a contributor to the local economies, because we're doing that, in our region right here, but also kind of even in the Billings market right now. But I think the key is bringing quality talent, if we can get them to Montana, and also enhancing those incentives for remote workers. I think those are important things. Especially compounded with COVID. I think it's really important right now to bring those types of things down. I thought of 1.41, for the CRDCs and also the SBDCs. I think that is hugely advocation. We just have to go advocate and for funding. And I know you guys do that. I'm preaching to the choir, but being on Bear Paw Development Corporation's board and seeing the economic impact of what they're doing with these local economies, I just praise you guys for what you guys are doing to generate our economy. And we just have to keep hammering that home. The more funding we can get, because I heard Gianforte, for example, The tribe had the meatpacking plant in Malta. You know, again, underfunded, under resources, poor, lack of quality skills. It was a failed business for our tribes. I'll just say that, you know, but yet you have a specialized there. It's thriving now. They're adding jobs to that economy, you know, and so that's a good example of that in that, you know.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
So I'll be
Terry, I
quiet now.
appreciate that.
I'm
No,
rambling.
I love your passion, Terry, and you're such an important part of who we are as an organization and what we're working on. So don't ever feel bad for letting that show through. We all do that. We all have a lot to say. It's very valuable. Jim Atchison, what's jumping off the page for you in the analysis?
Well, real simply, page 6 on the report, I think it was a real simple diagram. I'm kind of a visual guy, so when I saw that, it just clicked in my brain, and it had to do with a little diagram about modernizing, investing, and upgrading our systems. And so that, once I kind of looked into that, those criteria, what they meant by that, behind the scenes, so to speak, it just made a lot of sense to me. It was very clear, and it also backed up. The second point is it matched up with our SEDS document for our 4 counties, our Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy SEDS document, and most importantly, our coal strip diversification strategy. All of those items were highly rated in our diversification. Broadband was #1 in our diversification strategy back a couple years ago. So we continue to move forward with those, and it's nice and encouraging and refreshing to see this statewide study and approach match up with what we're trying to do in a regional format already. So that's what jumped out for me, Steve.
Thanks, Jim. I appreciate that. Nicole, we're going to go back to you. The question in front of our panel is, after diving into the analysis, what's jumping off the page? What do you think is resonating with county government across Montana? We'll go ahead and have you unmute yourself, and we want to hear everything you have to say.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you do. Sorry about that. Sorry I had to step out for a second.
It's okay.
I thought this document was really well-rounded. The only piece from my perspective in Muscle County was I felt like it was kind of missing a livability component, but I also understand that a lot of the things that we hit upon, you know, workforce, I kind of lost my page here, workforce and some of the other highlights that were hit tied to that eventually. Economic development, infrastructure, tourism, that will all eventually create that livability component. But from the MECO perspective, I feel like you guys hit all the points that we commissioners work on. And I would kind of piggyback on what Tracy said a little bit, that the cooperative development model is really important. And I know being on the board, we've talked about how to get that out, because I think that's a really important component to rural economic development and business expansion, because a lot of our local small businesses don't have access to capital. And so that cooperative development can really help with that. So I feel like this is a really good internal document for the MECO to look at and MEDA to look at, and all of our like small Snowy Mountain Development Corporation that I work with in my region. I think this gives us a really good component on how to move forward with our economic development programs.
Thanks, Nicole. I appreciate that. I'm watching the clock as we go through this dialogue. Very valuable, and your sharing has been excellent. I'm not going to be able to cover 11 questions in the time that we have, so I'm going to pick and choose. So I apologize, whoever drafted these beautiful, great questions. I'll just kind of bounce around a little bit, and then we're going to give some time for all of us to have a dialogue about that. So that's where the rich input will come. Let's talk about how we can use this as a group and you individually. How can we use the analysis, the findings, the way this is structured, the work that it did to help us compare ourselves to other states? How can we use that to help solve some of the unique problems that we're challenged with right now. Broadband is great, and that's a great example. We've created that working group on broadband, and just got to get out of their way because they're already making progress. So that's a great example of how this analysis reinforces some of the things we've understood, but gives us kind of that new energy. So panel, what other things do you think challenges that Montana's facing where this analysis might help address those challenges? Brett, we'll start with you.
Okay, Steve, thank you. So I am going to hit on broadband just for one more time. I know that's I'm a one-trick pony to some of you guys on this issue, but to the point of the question, I think based on this, based on the analysis done in the report, and it demonstrates or it shows, and I suggested we're at a competitive disadvantage on that front. We need a person, we need a plan, and we need some funding behind a broadband strategy for the state of Montana. I think that is what this group can advocate for through the legislative session and through other venues, other avenues. I think we also need to take this report and advocate for some of these findings to the Board of Regents in terms of talking about distance learning, and I think there are lots of opportunities to collaborate with the MUS system on this plan. So I'll move on to some other ideas. I mean, I think the other value that the plan brings is just this notion that we need to modernize some of our programs. And I'll use the Big Sky Trust Fund as my example. That's a great program, and we use it in Bozeman a lot. And we've been there've been a lot of companies that have been successful through using that, and we've gotten a lot of private investment because of that. And so yet it's still somewhat geared for some of yesterday's industries, and I think it's important to embrace those some of those changing industries, but we need to look forward to what's on the horizon and start to kind of retool some of our programming at the state level to be more accommodating of some of these more 21st century types of industries. I'll stop there. Those are a couple of examples, Steve, and I'm interested to hear what everyone else has to say.
Thanks, Brett. I appreciate you getting that dialogue started, and I'm going to have anybody on the panel chime into that question. Is there an area of this analysis that you see we can utilize to help face a unique challenge that Montana faces today?
Steve, I'll jump in. I'm going to kind of emphasize some of the stuff that Brett just said. I think that one of the things I noticed from there is how many people want to be engaged in economic development. And I really think that it kind of is breaking down barriers and putting, it held up a mirror to us as economic developers that we're not alone, and that we have this wide berth of people that want to be involved in helping us, and that we need to maybe look at some of these untraditional partners. So I'm going to use childcare as an example. Childcare was a big part of this study, but at the same time, it's not something that we as MEDA or as economic developers need to do ourselves. There's groups working on it. So it's giving us some knowledge that we know our communities need things, but also opened up doors for us to create new partnerships and collaborations. And I think that's really important as we move forward, is to continue to look outside our normal box and say, okay, who else can come to the table? What do they leverage? And how do we really address some of these key issues that this study and this analysis identified for us?
Thank you. That's a very good point, Tracy. And I'm going to segue to a question that speaks right to what you talked about. And so I'll paraphrase the question that's shared here. It says, there is a diverse group of stakeholders involved in this project. That is very true. How could we best move forward and build consensus, which is where we live every day in our own communities. And now we get to do it on a kind of a statewide, let's work together, we're all in this together context. So using this analysis, how can we lean in and build consensus? What does that look like? Any of the panel members?
I'll jump in real quick here, Terry. I would like to echo Todd's words about pillars. I think that's that was really in line with like even tribal corporation. You know, what are the pillars that are a good community, a good, healthy economic community? And if we can find, you know, establish those pillars, you know, then that there's consensus there, and that's really a good starting place to be able to drive forward, you know, on a common statewide initiative. Thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Other thoughts? How can we use this to drive forward toward consensus?
I think I mean, there's commonalities there that we have on those pillars. I mean, like he was talking about, like I just got off a talk with my executive team about these pillars, as Todd was talking about, and I was saying, like, pillars, job creation, not only that, but careers, you know, so they're not just looking at it as a job, but a career, you know, raise standards of living and how we identify those things in each of these communities, because there's some bases there, you know, business creation and housing, affordable housing for all, you know, because those are the way I look at it, those are the bedrocks to a healthy community, and how we keep those dollars in a bigger, just circulating within the state or within our rural communities or in our metropolitan communities. So I think that's a good starting on identifying what those pillars are, and then looking at, you know, letting all the players add to that, and then be able to identify the key things that everyone has a consensus to. So,
Terry, other thoughts on building consensus? Jim?
So
Well, Steve,
Yep. Good.
We'll have Jim go, and then I'll come back to you, Tracy.
okay, thanks, Tracy. Thanks, Steve. Just a couple comments. You know, when I first was watching this develop over the last few months, we're planning on using it, obviously, to open up dialogue or discussion with key stakeholders. We thought it was just so important to have the wide discussion versus a regional or even a citywide discussion on what economic development tools we need to put in the toolbox. And of course, I had to get that in there, Paul, get that toolbox analogy in there. But the study is not necessarily the tool, but it obviously identifies potential polishing and fine tuning of tools that we may currently have or that we may need as per our neighboring states that are doing some very positive things as well. So key stakeholders, obviously, MEDA, the legislature, local state government, and of course, very important to include the private sector. That's a big part of this. So anyway, just how I see the use of this document in the future.
Thanks, Jim. Tracy, your thoughts?
I just think it's important to note that we have two committees that came out of this discussion already active. You mentioned the broadband, but Patty's leading a value-added agriculture. Yep. Those are diverse groups already meeting that came out of the next gen kind of work that we put on the ground, and that consensus building starting and kind of identifying, again, going back to the partner statement, but that's how we build consensus, is we work and we kind of have the long discussions, and we start looking at the programs and start moving forward within those committees. At least I think so.
Thanks, Tracy. I'm going to segue this team to another question, but as you answer my next question, feel free to weigh in on previous questions as well. Were you surprised, or any of you surprised by any of the conclusions or recommendations? Which one kind of went, I didn't see that coming? Any of that?
This is Jim again. One surprise in a kind of a good way, and I know Nicole will probably echo this, but I think it was key finding number 4. I can't remember. Yeah, key finding number 4, where it talked about the decreasing revenue streams from oil, gas, and coal, and how that instability was going to play in our state government and some of these programs that we're looking at. So we need to address that as a state, because coal revenues are going down, and that's a big funder in Helena and some of our local governments as well. So it was refreshing to see that from a study with outside independent contractors. So,
Steve, I'll take a stab at that. You know, it was interesting and perhaps a bit surprising to me when you start kind of connecting the dots on some of these issues and some of the overlaps. Like, for example, and I'll refer to key finding 4 as well, improved community development and placemaking tools. Well, I mean, that's what urban renewal does and can do for a community. And we're working on projects in urban renewal, I'm sure many of you are, where we're trying to create a sense of place. And how does why is that important? Because it goes to the quality of life piece that was referenced earlier. So I guess surprising, perhaps in a good way as well, like Jim, that we're seeing dots being connected and overlaps being presented that perhaps weren't as evident as they were in the past.
Yeah, I would just like to add to that just a little bit too,
Sure.
because the conversation I've been having in my own community for the last, I'm the first commissioner that has ever advocated for economic development in Muscle County, believe it or not. That was a component that just wasn't part of the conversation. And I would agree that this document connects those dots in a way that I can actually bring that conversation back to my community. And believe it or not, after 6 years of pounding this drum of economic development, and it's that foundation that feeds everything else, because if we can't expand our tax base and we're going to constantly be a boom and bust coal community and then watch our quality of living decline, how are we going to attract businesses and people to come into our community to strengthen that? So this I believe for the last 6 years, I have had some headway on getting people to understand why economic development is important. In fact, we were the first rural investment cooperative yet in the state of Montana. I brought that to Muscle County, and we also, I worked with the city to create TIF districts. So using those tools that are available to us. But I'm kind of thrilled about this, that I can bring actually something to the table that has studies that was an outside study that brought in, tied it to our largest economic driver, which is under so many stresses, and continue that conversation in this community, and then with other commissioners across the state through the MEDA platform. So I'm pretty excited about it.
Thanks, Nicole. Just to kind of add on to that, I know what's going to happen in the next legislative session, because that's what always happens is, well, you'll have a new administration, so that'll be a little bit of a curveball in this whole process. But the legislature, they're charged with going in and balancing the budget, right? What do we cut? And can't do any money to add. What's the revenue estimate? And so it all works toward that crescendo of, hey, we have a balanced budget. Now we go home. I think what this analysis does is it gives us even yet again another platform to come in and say, wait a minute, how are we going to collectively expand the tax base in Montana, attract new private investment? And so I just see this opening that door for that dialogue and encouraging them to not just balance a budget, but position Montana to grow economically, expand our tax base. Sorry to get on a soapbox with that, but go ahead, Todd.
So you're leading to what I was going to point out. Frankly, I was surprised that there seems to be as much support as there is for examining our current tax structure in Montana. The Montana Chamber, we've been hosting meet and greets virtually with legislative candidates. And whether it's Democrats or Republicans, one of the familiar refrains we're hearing from both parties is that one of the things that they're hearing on the doorsteps or in their interactions with constituents is an increasing burden on property tax. And there's an increasing acknowledgement that we're not going to be able to continue down this road from a tax perspective indefinitely, that there is going to be a breaking point on the property tax thing. And so this was one of the things that maybe wasn't front and center with this report, but it was something that was a part of the report, that there is an increased openness to looking at our current tax structure and looking for alternatives beyond what we currently have, which is primarily a three-legged stool with one leg, continuing to shrink, as Jim pointed out down there in Southeast Montana.
Thanks, Todd.
I think this is a longer-term discussion, and I think this is kind of a foundational piece that's going to allow us to continue that sort of a discussion about exploring alternative tax opportunities for tax reform.
Thanks, Todd. I'm going to change gears on you again. What's missing? Is there anything that you were hopeful the report might say that maybe reinforces something you were thinking, or you were hoping for something that's not there. Man, there's another piece there's more work we need to do here, Steve. What's missing?
So I'll jump in, Steve. There's a couple of things I was kind of shocked, and it kind of triggers into what Jim and others have talked about with the coal. But coming from Western Montana, we already saw the loss of the timber industry and the impact that that's had on many communities, roads, and school systems. And so I think I was a little shocked to not see anything about that being more prevalent, on that, you know, we still have timber, but it's not being really discussed anywhere. So that was one area. And then I think the other thing, I was kind of I think I had higher expectations on how the study would come out with our actual programs, and what can we do to strengthen those, to build that more flexibility so that they can be better used across the entire state. I know that we've had these discussions. It was kind of one of the things that prompted us to move into this, is do the programs that we have in the state of Montana work across the state? And I think that part, I think they gave us some baseline information, but I think our role now is to actually go in, take that information that was received, and really look at how our programs are faring, and what is that competitive edge that we need to do with the economic development tools to make us be more competitive with the ones that they tied us to. So I think it hit on it. It gave us an overview. It just didn't give us the direction yet. And I think that's on us to do.
Yeah, Tracy, you made such a good point now, and then even earlier. Really, the work is on us. The next step is on us. All the real impactful work will come based upon us taking this and parts and pieces and having the dialogue and getting the work done. But for the rest of you, anything that was missing that jumped off the page in its absence?
One thing that brought a thought to my mind was I was looking at like the migration rate, you know, of people coming in and out of the state, and comparable to, you know, like it was like 5,000 per 100,000 people that are moving to the state. And then I think about the low cost of living, the quality of life, things that we often advertise, and really thinking about what are those sectors that are coming into, and I think that's more the work of the body, but really identifying those sectors that are looking to come here. What are those people that are migrating in, and then how do we foster business out of that, you know, because that's going to be a trend that continues, I believe, because of COVID, and people want to, you know, when you have I was Googling 28,000 people in New York City in a square mile, and we're at 2.1 in Blaine County or something like that. I could see why people want to move to Montana.
Other thoughts on what might have been missing? All right, I'm going to throw out one final easy question for you. Is there a gap between urban and rural economies in Montana? And how do we close the gap?
That's an easy question, Steve.
Yeah, I know. I'm smiling as I did that to you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to start with that one because I obviously advocate pretty strongly for rural Montana. There definitely is a gap. And I think a lot of it ties to access to resource as well as livability and decay. You know, so Roundup, I think in a way is a little bit unique, maybe. Not that I know the whole state all that well, but we have a uniqueness to us because we're two major highways that go through our community, and then our proximity to Billings. And we've just decayed for the last 50 years. And so with that, we've got unique problems because we can't use some of the tools to the same level and ability that urban communities can, or other rural communities caught on 20 years ago and started the work. And Roundup's really far behind because our decay has gotten so bad. I think somebody referenced maybe it was Representative Gianforte referenced the fire that happened in Augusta. We had one in Roundup too that burnt down an old historic building and then damaged two others next to it, considerably, to the point that those owners probably are just going to let them continue to decay. So when people drive through, and we do have people moving in, they drive through and they look and they're like, why would I want to invest in this community when they can't even invest in themselves?
Yep.
But I don't really think urban communities have that same problem. You have decay areas, you know, you have areas where there's specific problems, but it's like the decay in rural America, the livability problems, the lack of housing. I think our housing study, they're 80-year-old little old coal miner homes that have been run through the rental ring are so bad, and we haven't had any development come in and put in new housing. You know, so you have a real problem there. So yes, to your point, I think that what urban communities deal with is completely different than what a rural community deals with, which is why I think that cooperative development model is so important, you know, and we don't really, we have some broadband issues, but we've got Mid Rivers, which is a cooperative development, and they're just, they've got a plan and they're moving through, and we're getting broadband. I think we got better broadband than Great Falls does. You know, yeah, so it's kind of weird, like we're, you know, some of our components are a little bit different, but for me, I think the overall driver is livability, because that's how we're going to compete with, and not that we really want to be in competition with each other, right, all the time in our own state, but if we want people to come in and expand our tax base and do businesses, and to Mr. Gianforte's point, how do we get our alumni to come back? You know, I'm on Facebook with all of my, you know, classmates from 1980, you know, forward to when I graduated in 1988. And I'm always like, yeah, I'm always like, come home, come back home. But even if they can have, where they can work distance and virtually, there's nothing for them to move back to at this point, because Roundup has had so many decay issues, you know? So anyway, yes, I know that was long, but there's a difference.
Thanks, Nicole. I appreciate that. Britt, I'm going to pick on you. Same question. Is there a gap between urban and rural economies, and how do we close it?
Well, yes, sir. I do believe there is a gap. It's one that has been, you know, has widened over time. It's no one's fault. It's not something that we should be pointing fingers at people or places or communities, but it, you know, the first step in closing it is acknowledging that there's a problem, right? I mean, we've all heard that before. So let's acknowledge that there's a work to do on closing the gap. And frankly, we've taken some steps today to close that gap. And I think the report that's generated has taken, you know, a few steps forward in closing that gap. Let's keep doing that. There's no quick fix to this issue. It's going to take years. It's going to take dedication, commitment, collaboration, and communities to work together. So it's not an insurmountable issue. It's just one we all have to work together on.
Thanks, Brett. I appreciate that. We're out of time for this segment, but I would just add, first, I thank you all for the time and commitment to be on the panel and have that dialogue. We're going to actually transition into more of a Q&A, so stay put. You'll have a chance to answer questions. And I know we've had a lot of chat comments. Gloria, I have not been paying attention to any of those. But and so I'm assuming you have. I'm not saying that to meaning I'm ignoring them. Somebody else is paying attention to them, I hope. Right, Gloria? Go like this.
Right.
Okay, awesome. Got it. I think there's value in our interrelationship. Roundup and Billings they're interrelated in some contexts, and it's identifying that interrelationship that can help us both be successful. Where we might not have decay that looks like the decay you have, Nicole, we have other things that are eating away our economic opportunities as well. And so what are the things that are common that we can lean into and work on together? Maybe those are workforce and other kinds of things. Or maybe our common thing is we don't together have all the tools that we need to really lean into our livability and making investments in quality, or incentivizing people to not have a vacant building. Where I don't have a burned out building downtown, I have vacant buildings downtown with owners that don't want to invest a penny in it. So it's going to stay vacant, and then that deteriorates what can happen in a vibrant downtown. So what are our common needs and our interrelationships, I think actually can unite us and help us to all be successful in what is now a real crazy turned upside down economy that there's a lot of uncertainty swirling about. I just want to thank MEDA for being willing to take on this challenge, to think out loud together through this analysis. My hope is that it will stimulate more and more real, difficult, challenging, honest conversations among us and among the communities that we serve and the leadership that we're a part of in our communities. And I just applaud you and thank you for the effort of months and months to get us where we are today. And I think we're going to have a great year together championing a path forward for economic growth in Montana. With that, Tony, I'm going to turn it over to you because I think you're going to facilitate a little Q&A, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Thank
great.
you. Thank you, Steve. And thank you for all the work you're doing this morning. It's truly appreciated. I know it's taking a lot of time out of your day, and there's a lot for Yellowstone County that you're working on. Jim, Nicole, Terry, Britt, Tracy, and Todd, thank you guys so much for hanging in here with us and being part of the panel. Truly appreciate hearing your point of views. Please hang in there and participate in the Q&A. Gloria, just so everybody's aware, she has posted links to the Next Gen report in chat. She also has a link to the broadband, what's going on with that team. And we can move into Q&A here. You can post them into the chat or you can raise your hand, whichever you'd prefer to do. The first one I'm going to shoot out here is from Russ, and he wants to know what else should be considered. Passenger rail, what clusters are we missing? And I like what he's got here is, can we collaborate with neighboring states in industry clusters? Does anybody have any thoughts on that? Because the more we can work with our neighboring states and collaborate, I think, you know, that's going to help the region as a whole.
Tony, I'll try to answer that one.
Thank you, Brett.
Hey, Russ, thanks for the question. You know, I was just talking to Trent Berg yesterday. He's the president of the executive director of the Montana Photonics Industry Alliance, and we were talking about this very thing. You know, that organization in the photonics space is at a bit of a crossroads, and they need to know what their next charge is now that they've facilitated a voice for photonics in Southwest Montana. And we're talking about, well, what other areas of the country exist for centers of excellence, and we're convinced that a photonics center of excellence at Montana State University or in the area of MSU would be a great next step to elevate our photonics industry. We can't do that alone. There are lots of examples of where those, there are not lots, there are a couple of examples around the country of where those centers exist already: Tucson, Rochester. And we want to try to work collaboratively with some of those organizations across other states to see how we can implement something like that around in the Bozeman area.
Thank you, Britt. Anyone else have comment on that?
You know, Tony, I would just add, in our part of the state, we're tied in a broader region in many contexts, in natural resource development, in ag, and in healthcare. In fact, given what we're going through right now, we are seeing the regional context of our healthcare delivery in big ways. Our catchment area for healthcare in our community captures about 650,000 people. So my point is, we can't afford to ignore that broader regional context. And so how we lean in that together with the broader set of communities that we're serving has some bearing on our success as well.
Tony, I agree. This is Lorraine. I just wanted to mention that a number of years ago, we were involved in the Inland Northwest Economic Adjustment Strategy, which was a multi-state approach based on business and industry clusters that looked at ways that we could collaborate across state lines in biotech and value-added wood products, value-added ag, a number of industries. And it was a great model that resulted in some significant focus from the congressional perspective, as well as the governor's offices and the departments of commerce in the 4 states that were involved in that. And I'd like to see that broader regional approach, I think is very effective in the business and industry clusters that make sense, particularly in the rural areas in Montana.
I like that. That's interesting. We should probably dig into that a little bit further and see how we can maybe pull that team back together. Brigida, it sounds like you've got a comment that you'd like to share.
Hi. Yeah, thank you. And I don't want to take too much thunder away from Hallie, excuse me, who's going to present on this later. But since we're having this cluster discussion right now, I just wanted to make sure that you were all aware or reacquaint you with the fact that actually in 2018, Montana was awarded one of 7 Innovative Cluster Building Initiative contracts from the SBA in bioscience. So this is the Montana Bioscience Cluster Initiative. This was a real feather in the cap for Montana. And although, you know, I certainly had no idea of things to come, this is very fortuitous that we got this infusion of support for what is already occurring here organically in this state for bioscience, just in advance of a pandemic. So Hallie's going to talk with you more about that. And this is something that touches all parts of our state and not just, you know, Bozeman or Missoula. So keep that in mind. And Russ, to your point, the Montana Bioscience Cluster Initiative and Montech is a part of that. We already have regional cooperation with the technology incubator out of Spokane. And we've just started seeing some fruit being born of that in terms of relative areas of expertise and how they're partnering. So, yep, absolutely makes sense to pursue this path. And Britt, I put it in the comments. We know the people that are doing the photonics cluster because they got an award at the same time that we did. Happy to connect you.
Thank you very much. Tara, you commented that Montana has the 2nd highest leadership demand in the US, and we need to develop leaders in rural communities to make our communities more livable. Can you talk a little bit more to that first statement that we have the 2nd highest leadership demand?
Yeah, I can. So that statistic is developed by Ben Winchester. He is from the University of Minnesota Extension Center for Community Vitality, and so you basically take the population and then you divide it by the number of government and nonprofit organizations, and you come up with this number. And so, yeah, Montana has, because we have a low population but a high number of government organizations and nonprofits, we have the 2nd highest leadership demand in the country. We need like, so it gets to a metric, I think for Montana, it's like every 22nd person needs to be either president, secretary, or treasurer of a nonprofit or government organization. Doesn't include all the volunteers that are, you know, flipping burgers and, you know, council members and that kind of thing. Yeah, it's pretty high. So we need about 800 new leaders every year. So, and the leaders are the ones at the local level that get projects started, have the ideas, see the need, have the creative ideas. And those are the things that really make places livable, especially in rural.
Thank you. That's very interesting. That's an interesting statement that we haven't heard in the past, I don't believe. Sharon talked about the Montana Bioscience works with the surrounding states through the Council of Bioscience Association. So we need to pull all these clusters that are working together and make sure that we've got a good listing of them and who we can pull information from.
Can I just add, I think the thing with clusters is that Russ made a good point with the unseen ones. What is not clustering yet and where can we go? I think in Western Montana, you could look at Northern Idaho with timber industry for sure. There's been a lot of discussions. Lorraine kind of mentioned it in the past. We took the Inland Northwest study. There was a group that met for years. I don't even know if they're still working on it. but we were part of it when I was still up in Eureka, that was looking at timber cluster and how we could use different businesses to build on different businesses. And that kind of movement, I think, is something that we've kind of lost sight of in the natural resource industries and the ag industries, is that we tend to continually talk about these industries as this is the product and it's the raw product, instead of necessarily how we can add value every time it's touched a company in Montana before it's shipped out as a final product. And those are the deeper clusters that I think that we could be looking at as a state and in a regional capacity with our other states and Canada, by the way, because let's not forget the border's closed, but they are very close to us and a very important partner to Montana's economy.
Thank you, Tracy. Yeah, timber was a big discussion here, and I think that we all need to realize what, you know, timber on the west side, coal on the east side, we're losing major industries for the state of Montana, and that impacts not just our communities, but our tax base. I think Gloria and I, as, yes.
Tony, this is Jim over in Colstrip. A couple years ago, the EDA sponsored some forums in Western US, and it related to coal-reliant communities and different levels or journeys that some coal-reliant communities were on at that time. And we were invited to that along with, I think, 10 other communities around the Western US, from Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, Utah, of course, Wyoming and Montana. And so we continue to loosely, casually stay in touch with those other communities. Some of the Utah, Colorado communities have been down that road a few years. They've lost thousands of jobs. What are they doing to diversify or minimize those impacts? And we're kind of right in the middle of it. And then Wyoming is behind us a few years as well. So we're continuing to reach out to these other states, mostly in that coal-reliant community approach. But there are other opportunities that we're dealing with now with Wyoming, especially with Colstrip, on value-added energy. We all talk about value-added ag and timber, and that's obviously a solution, but value-added energy is kind of popping up more and more as well. So we're going to continue to find time and personnel to advocate those relationships with some of our neighboring states in value-added energy, whatever that is, renewable, coal, whatever. So
I like that. That's good. I think that we need to, as MEDA, we need to be working on a document that documents all of the industry clusters that we are working with, who's working with them, what their goals are, so the full team can have that information and good piece of knowledge. So maybe Gloria and I can put that on our list for a future document for the team. Brigida also said that she feels the Next Gen report seems to be missing bioscience entirely. And Britt, I know that's a big piece of the Bozeman community. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, you know, I was looking at the report perhaps through a different lens than sector development, although it is important and it is a part of Bozeman's local economy, but it's also a part of Hamilton's local economy and Missoula's local economy, right? So it's an important piece of the puzzle, without a doubt. And so if if my colleagues are saying that perhaps it's a little bit underrepresented, I don't dispute that. I just would say that I was looking at the report perhaps from a different perspective at the time that I was involved.
I think, Tony, just to weigh in on that, I think what's important from the report is to identify that Montana does not have a strategic approach to cluster development, what they note for us is that we're very strategic about how we lean into our tourism industry. But once you start, and it has a dedicated funding source, once you start backing away from the tourism industry, then you have to answer the question, what is our strategy related to bioscience? What's our strategy related to tech? And I remember having a meeting with Paul and CEOs with technology companies in Bozeman, and they brought that point up. hey, we see the state strategy around tourism development. Where's the state strategy around the development of technology companies? Because our needs are different. The things that that would incentivize our growth would look different. And so I think for me, the report says, regardless of the sector, let's identify the top 3 opportunities for growth in new job creation and private investment. What are those 3 and then identify a strategy specific to those, which could be bioscience, could be tech, could be value-added agriculture, whatever that might be. So that was a real telling, and maybe I'm seeing it more because I was in that outreach meeting that we did with the CEOs in Bozeman, and they just told us, what are you doing for us? And so that was a telling statement. That, to me, that's the value of the analysis.
Agreed. Let's see. I'm trying to see if any of these are statements or questions. Okay, Paul, this group can and should weigh in on how Montana funds work through Economic Commission development. In what we know will be declining revenues from the natural resources, how will new funding sources be implemented to invest in the well-rounded ideas which we are discussing at this point? Anybody want to jump in on that one?
There's a chapter in this report, and it's buried there. You have to really look for it, that suggests a local option sales tax dedicated for local economic and community development. And I'm not saying that is the answer, although Brett, you might want to talk about Bozeman having a dialogue about that. I'm just saying that, to your point and to the question, we do need to be thoughtful about, how do we dedicate a funding stream, which is the basic recommendation for future economic and community development on the ground in local communities, so that we can continue to make a difference in our communities.
Thank you, Steve. I'll just briefly comment that our local commission, our city commission, has included this issue as one of its priorities for the next the 21 legislative session. And we're characterizing this not as local option sales tax, but as actually a property tax relief type of opportunity. And those words really do mean things. I think they sort of put out there what the intent is of the organization. And so our elected officials and city leadership are seeing this opportunity as a property tax relief opportunity. And I think there are other cities, at least one that has reached out wanting to see how we can collaborate, and hopefully others will do the same.
To Tony, to Todd's earlier point about him hearing there is more of a willingness to think of our tax structure afresh and anew. I just have to say I am baffled by what appears to be our willingness to legalize marijuana and then tax it at 20%, a sales tax, and yet and then be thirsty about how we're going to spend that money, but then not be willing to have a comprehensive discussion about how we address property tax relief, fill the gaps in funding, incentivize new private investment and community development. So we're willing to do that, tax it at 20%, but are we willing to have that broader comprehensive discussion? And frankly, I think we should lead the broader comprehensive discussion.
So Tony, not Steve, you said so much there. I was like, I had an idea. I'm not going to go into the marijuana discussion.
No, I know, but I
am going to take this a different way into, I understand that we all think that taxes and the government should be helping fund us, but I'm going to throw a challenge out to you guys, and Nicole mentioned it earlier. So one of the things that we brought in, and we're seeing great success of this in Canada, is the cooperative investment model, where local communities are actually investing in their local community. And so we're kind of renaming them, instead of investment cooperatives, into opportunity development cooperatives, because it's not about the investment return, though you do get a return on your money. It's really about the social investment. And so this this tool that we're bringing to the state gives local communities a new option to fund whatever they want. What we're seeing is that they are being broadly used, but a lot of it is on economic development. And so if anybody wants more information on that, let me know. We've got some cool videos coming out. There's a 70-minute segment that our friend and partner up in Canada just sent to us in New York on how these investment co-ops are making a difference on the ground in how economic development is being done. So just an idea. And then Steve, you can go back to the
No, we don't need to go back there. I just had to vent. And Tracy, I would love to have that information. That would be fantastic.
Steve and Tony, Steve, you noted, and I think you're exactly right, is that I think, the MEDA organization needs to be towards the front end of this overall taxation discussion, right? And that's where we see ourselves as well, is that, we're going to have to lead some of this discussion. Elected officials aren't typically famous for leading. They follow, right? I mean, they all try to say that they're leaders, but there's a significant amount of testing which way the wind is blowing and then trying to get themselves positioned that way. And I think this is an issue that we see it in this year's gubernatorial debate. Both candidates have taken very strong anti-sales tax positions, and that's not a result of them leading, but following what the electorate is saying with their regard to sales tax, with their views towards sales tax. Last fall, the Montana Chamber conducted a tax survey, and we did some message testing with that. That wasn't just trying to find out an up or down viewpoint on sales tax, but we also were searching for how is it that we can message this in a way that voters might be more receptive to having the conversation. And there is a path. It's not a big lane. It's certainly not a 4-lane highway, but there is a path. And I think it's something that we're going to have to start talking about. A local option tax, probably works well for Britt. Jim, I don't know that it's going to work for you, right? I mean, you could pass a local option tax in Colstrip and it's not going to do anything to help you, right? And so there's that urban-rural divide again, where the urban communities have got a greater opportunity with the local option tax to provide some tax relief and some additional revenue, but the rural communities don't have that sort of equivalent sort of an opportunity. And I think the result is going to be that we have to focus on that larger, more uncomfortable conversation about what are we going to do about our tax structure in the state of Montana as a whole.
Todd, thank you. Steve, thank you. Tracy, thank you. All of those points are absolutely fantastic. And Todd, to follow up on that, I think that the education on all of our parts is going to be most important, and educating our neighbors and understanding the rural and the urban needs, not just our needs. As Steve continually says, and it's truly important. We are all in this together, and we've got to understand as MEDA the whole good for the state of Montana. So with that, we're at 10:27, and we're gonna 10:30 be moving into the Virtual Ignite. Is Joe with us at this point? I think we can leave everybody there. You know what? There was actually one more question from Terry. I apologize for this. Has anyone seen any documents published on the impact of the new trade deal with the Mexico-Canada agreement? If there is that information out there, please share that. So, hi Joe.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
How's the fishing in your neighborhood?
You know, I wish I could tell you. It's we got winter this week, as I think most of Montana did, and so yeah, the boat hasn't collected snow yet, but I think it's coming soon.
Yeah. Well, hey, thanks. So I'm going to turn this over to you and everybody. Again, thank you for participating in the panel. Steve, Jim, Nicole, Terry, Britt, Tracy, and Todd, we truly appreciate your time, and just look forward to moving forward with this next gen analysis. We've got to pull together and see how we can move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you for having me on today. I'm fortunate that I get to do what I would consider certainly one of the most enjoyable parts of any of our conferences, and one I always like seeing, which is the opportunity for people to share what they've been up to. I know for me, it's fun seeing what our partners across the state are doing, and really getting inspiration from other organizations and partners statewide that we can take back to our communities and do. I'm also excited today to have a sport coat on for the first time in a long time. I couldn't be underdressed knowing that Arvis Scout would be showing up ready to roll. So it's really been a great conference so far, and I'm excited to get this part rolling. So I know we have Gloria on the line, and she is going to be helping me with this. But what we're going to do is present an opportunity for individuals who, after these first three, are going to get names drawn out of a hat, to give us a 3-minute talk about projects or programs, things they've been doing in their communities that have really had a big impact. So with that, we're going to start out with our good friend Shannon Hahn from up at MDT in Helena. Shannon, are you on the line?
Shannon might not have jumped on yet, but this is Megan Strawn with the Department of Transportation, and I'd be happy to give a short spiel about our programs and what we've been up to.
All right.
All right. So hopefully most of you are pretty familiar with the DBE program, the Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program. It is a certification for small, minority, and women-owned businesses. We do cover the whole state. We're based in the Department of Transportation. So we're primarily focused on highway-related businesses, but we do certify any business that meets our criteria. So that's the part that I hope most of you already know. A couple years ago, we started the Small Business Enterprise Program, and that's a program for folks that don't meet the DBE criteria. So other small businesses, the majority owner has to have a personal net worth under $1.32 million. They must meet the small business, SBA's small business size standards. And what's really exciting about our programs is both the DBE and SBE programs have a reimbursement portion of the program. And for many years, we would reimburse highway-related businesses up to $2,500. And we're continuing to do that. But the new and exciting thing is we've added $1,000 to that reimbursement portion. So now businesses can get up to $3,500. This is for highway-related businesses, but don't just imagine people driving snow plows or paving the roads, because there's a lot that goes into building a highway. So that's fencing, that's public involvement, all sorts of different things. And we can reimburse for training. We're not doing a lot of travel to get to training right now, but we can reimburse for that. And for the owner or for their employees, we reimburse for bonding. We can reimburse for website development, and the additional $1,000 to qualify for that, you have to join our business development program. So that's a more intensive program where Shannon actually sits down with businesses, comes up with a plan on how we're going to get you working on projects with the Department of Transportation. That's our main focus there. So we're really excited for the things we have coming. We had kind of a slow start to our small business enterprise program. We had a hard time getting the word out initially, but we've really picked up some steam, and we've really picked up steam getting more people interested in contracting with the Department of Transportation. So thanks for letting us present, and we really look forward to hearing about what everyone else has going on.
Megan, that was great. Thank you. And I can speak on behalf of all of MEDA to make sure to give Shannon some grief for us for not showing up for her time slot.
I absolutely would be happy to do that.
I'm here. I'm here. I had a small crisis.
Perfect. It's good to hear from you, Shannon. And now we can at least give you some grief digitally in person.
Yes. Oh, that's true. Thank you.
All right, moving on to the World Trade Center. And we've got Abby from over in Lewistown. Abby, the floor is yours.
Cool, thanks, Joe. I apologize, we're having quite the windstorm here, so if you hear my ancient house creaking in the background, it'll only be for a couple of minutes. So unfortunately, a couple of my photos didn't come through on the slides, but the important part did. With all of these firms that you see on the screen right now, that exist in Montana in diverse industries, what do they have in common? If you answered that they are examples of foreign direct investment into our state, you would be correct. At the Montana World Trade Center, we recognize that foreign direct investment, otherwise known as FDI, has been important to our state in terms of supporting industry diversification, job creation, and capital investment in the past. And as an organization, we wanted to get more intentional about our state's effort to attract this type of investment. If you'd advance the slide, please, Gloria. At MWTC, we have worked to map existing FDI in Montana and visit with these firms to understand more about their critical location factors. What attracted them to Montana initially, what has allowed them to stay, and what would potentially be triggers for their expansion. We have been able to do this through strong relationships with our EDO partners around the state, and we hope to continue doing this in person as we emerge from these current pandemic restrictions. But pandemic or not, we are busy making the business case for Montana in relation to FDI, which often comes in Montana as a result of vertical integration of supply chains between Montana exporters and foreign buyers that then become investing partners. To further our efforts, we have created a statewide FDI strategy with considerable help from many of you participating in this meeting today. And for your help, thank you very much. This strategy is meant to be a living, breathing document and a tactical plan for investment into Montana. If you'd go to the next slide, please, Gloria. We have undertaken a tremendous amount of work to date, but there's still plenty more to do. So this is my heads up to you. We hope to visit with you as many of you as possible, both virtually in the coming months and eventually in person, to share with you the strategic plan and the tools that we have created, as well as learn more about your communities. From Baker to Eureka and Wisdom to Scobie and all of the miles in between, we want to more effectively tell our Montana story. Next slide, please. On the FDI section of our website listed here, you can find more information on our work thus far. This includes our one-pager industry snapshots that are available for use by anyone interested. You can download and print hard copies. These documents are a great overview of the key industries within our state, key statistics that support investment in these industries, and highlights for successful FDI businesses within Montana. So if this quick overview has piqued your interest or you'd like to chat with me more about our capital investment and job creation potential for your community, please reach out to me directly. My contact information is listed here. Otherwise, watch for communication from me to set up a time to connect with you and learn more about your communities and how we can work together to make this most impactful case for our investment in our great state. Thank you so much for your time, and I look forward to talking with all of you.
Excellent. Thank you, Abby. I know we certainly missed this year the opportunities to be traveling with the World Trade Center to help recruit new businesses to Montana. So here's to hoping in 2021 we can get back on a plane and get back to this good work. It's been great having you guys as a partner, I know, for all the work we do, certainly in our region as well as statewide. So we have one more presenter that volunteered, and then we get to go to the even more fun part, which is going to be Gloria pulling names out of a hat and getting others to share what's going on in their part of our state. So with that, we're going to go over to Hallie with the Montana Bioscience Cluster.
Thanks, Joe. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Awesome. So my name is Hallie Widener, and I work as the Marketing and Project Coordinator for the Montana Bioscience Cluster Initiative. I wanted to take a few minutes to talk about the Cluster Initiative and what we are offering currently. So like Brigitte mentioned, the statewide initiative was one of only 7 regional innovation clusters funded nationally by the SBA back in 2018. Just some very nice recognition for Montana. This is a coalition of 6 different organizations across the state that are working together to help grow the bioscience ecosystem in Montana. Now, more than ever, Montana's bioscience companies and research institutions have been presented with challenges and have been able to overcome and meet community needs. This resilience has been shown all around the state in both rural and urban areas. For example, Rocky Mountain Biologicals is meeting local hospital needs for biotransport media and is now manufacturing at scale and selling nationally. Fire Diagnostics is a company focused on the development of next-generation tests for the early detection of human and agricultural diseases, but its team of scientists felt compelled to turn its expertise towards helping Montana during this pandemic, and they are now processing COVID-19 tests. Bozeman-based Golden Helix has actually published a book on the genetic analysis of this virus. Inimmune Corporation is joining in on the effort to develop a vaccine with nasal spray that could offer protection against the coronavirus, and they just raised a $22 million Series A round with 2 Bear Capital. On the research side, the University of Montana's Center for Translational Medicine is working to develop a COVID vaccine with the help of a $2.5 million grant from the NIH. Montana State University researchers are deploying CRISPR technology for the treatment of COVID and a wide range of other diseases. Not to mention, Rocky Mountain Labs in Hamilton, one of 9 level 4 facilities in the US run by the NIH, currently has 5 teams focused on the COVID-19 pandemic response. These examples show the importance of a strong bioscience ecosystem, especially during a pandemic. So, what's in it for you? In addition to the cluster's ongoing educational trainings, we have a pool of funding available that can be used to provide direct assistance to bioscience entrepreneurs. We also have several one-pagers, like Abby just mentioned, that speak to the bioscience business case in Montana, and one of our cluster partners is currently offering mentoring sessions to bioscience-related entrepreneurs and small businesses across the state via one-on-one virtual sessions. So please don't hesitate to reach out if you have any bioscience startups, entrepreneurs, or researchers in your area that would be interested in mentoring sessions or applying to the 4th F Fund, or are just curious to learn more about the Montana Bioscience Cluster Initiative. For your time.
Thank you, Hallie. That was great. I know for me, those are the type of ones that I've heard a little bit about it, but you get to hear more in this presentation. So we really appreciate it. Great job.
Thank you.
So now for the round robin portion, that reminds me of the days when I would substitute teach and you got to randomly call on people and see if they were ready. I'll pass it over to Gloria for the name being drawn out of the hat. And who do we have up next, Gloria?
Well, because it was complicated to get all your names, instead I'm going to draw 2 numbers each time for 3 minutes. So be thinking if your name is called. So I have a little bowl of, on my screen, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 across. And then in this bag, it's 14 down because we have 7 across and 14 down. And so here comes the across number, is number 6. And now I'm going to draw the down number, and it's number 9. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 9 down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hold a thought. 7, 8, 9. Davy Madison, would you like to share with us for under 3 minutes what's going on in your neck of the woods?
I was really hoping you wouldn't call me Gloria. It's like it's gonna be me. So I think Tracy probably shared a lot of the stuff that we've been working on already. I've been with MCDC for just about 2 months. And so I can just do kind of a highlight of the stuff that I know that we're working on right now. The opportunity development cooperatives are the big one. The ones that Tracy already talked about. And then we have a lot of movement around childcare, trying to figure out some of that. We have a lot of movement around food hubs and food distribution and meat processing. So I don't know that I have much more to add than I think Tracy kind of talked about already. And I'm pretty new, so I don't have a lot to add. But I do think that the opportunity development cooperatives are probably the thing I'm most excited about right now, because I do think that there are going to be a really important thing in the future for, especially when we're talking about rural communities and trying to get some of that, you know, some of that investment back into those communities for those buildings, for those people moving home and whatnot. So, yeah, I don't know if I have much more else to add.
Perfect.
I was not prepared.
That's perfect. So thank you for being the first one. Now all the rest of you are probably madly thinking. Thank you, Davey. Appreciate it. And it's great to see you again. Okay, I'm shaking the across. That's number 2 across. And let's see what's down. Feel like you're winning the lottery?
Yeah, it's like digital bingo. I love it.
Oh my goodness, it's just another 2. So 2 and 2 is Tori Matajowski.
Hi.
Hi, Tori.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, would you like to share? You have 3 minutes.
Sure, I do. I hope it hasn't been shared yet or mentioned. So we are partnering with Butte, with Joe down there, and we are putting together a Rise and Restore small business summit. And I don't know how it happened, but we're covering the bottom side of the state and then the northeast corner. We were hoping to be, you know, going live this month, actually, in a couple weeks. But obviously that all got postponed. But we decided not to slow the momentum down, and we're doing a virtual mini summit on November 10th. And so we're just getting the information out about that, getting some marketing going, and then we hope to proceed with kind of a live event, one down in Butte and one in Sydney in Richland County, sometime in May 2021. Fingers crossed, everything goes well. And the focus of the summit is just going to be to pivoting business, you know, looking forward. And maybe by then we'll be able to do a little bit of reflection as well. So we'll have different focus areas, but you know, the main thought is how is your business and what some tools. So super excited for that. We're excited for the virtual mini summit. We've got Ben Winchester, who I know he's everywhere, but he's going to tailor one of his topics around recruitment in small communities to how we can get businesses welcoming those people and attracting those new folks into their business when they move to a community. So super excited for that. And yeah.
Great, Tori. Thank you. Well done. I love the title of that. It's very encouraging just to hear it. So thank you.
We wanted something refreshing. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. And you'll have to let us know if Joe wears his suit again.
I don't know if it'll be allowed.
All right, here we go again. Across, it's number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And 13. So let me pop to my other screen. Number 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, well, it doesn't go to 13. So I have Lad Barney. You're the next one. Do you have anything you'd like to share with us, Lad?
Wow. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, fantastic. Thanks, Gloria. This is exciting. Wow, I didn't really prepare anything, but it's great to see you all. We're just now kind of collecting numbers for what FY 2020 looked like there at USDA Rural Development. And it's been an incredible year. It's been an unprecedented year as far as the number of projects and the amount of just dollar volume and assistance that we've obligated this year. Like our biggest year thus far up to now, I think was back in 2000, well, one of the Recovery Act years, 2010, 2007. We were up around the $34 million range back in those years. This year, we're going to be over $56 million in USDA rural development assistance provided in or obligated in Montana this year. So That's a lot of work. That's a lot of thanks to you guys, the partners on the screen today, and many others. We could not have, like I'm always proselytizing. We don't obligate a single dollar without you guys as partners and you guys as applicants. So we're really excited to be delivering those dollars and working hard for you in 2021. We've got a lot of things coming up. We've got another round of rural business development grants. We've got another round of energy grants coming up. We've done a lot of exciting work on the loan guarantee side, and we got a new program, 1RD, replacing our B&I loan guarantee program. So a lot of work. Thank you for everybody participating in that and continuing the momentum going. I'm just proud to be a partner with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lad. That was very well done. So you'll be our next impromptu speaker, the real MEDA conference.
Thanks,
okay, I think we have time for one more. We do have our candidate forum beginning again right at 11, and I know it's going to take a couple of minutes for us to transition to that. So I think we have time for one more. So I have lucky number 7 across. My goodness, I'm going to buy a lottery ticket. It's number 7. So 7 down, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Dale Mayhew, would you like to give us an update? What's going on?
Well, first I'll unmute myself. Thank you. It's great to see everyone, at least their pictures on the screen. With everything going on, I can't report on a lot of good things that are happening with some of the other people have been involved with and we've listened to this morning, but found it very interesting. At Northwestern, though, we're continuing to work with particularly our large commercial and industrial customers, trying to make sure that they have the tools available and kind of the interaction available that they can continue operating through this time. And our community relations managers and others are working more with our intermediate and smaller size commercial and residential customers to try to help make sure that they are also weathering this storm like everyone else. And there's a lot of ups and downs and there's a lot of good stories that we've had shared and a lot of kind of sad ones as well, as we see customers that have really struggled through this time. But we're doing everything we can to assist them, and it's just totally a team effort. So I'm glad to be a part of it. Thanks, Gloria.
Very good, Dale. Thank you. And might be a good opportunity for me to thank Northwestern Energy for their membership sponsorship of MEDA. You know what? I have 10:51. So how about this before I draw another number? For those of you that aren't into that, I'm bribable. I can accept bribes, especially chocolate. And so the first person who wants to speak for maybe 2 minutes, if you type "I will" in the chat, you will get a turn. And that means you will send me a Hershey bar. So if anyone wants to talk and they type "I will," the first person who in the chat types "I will." Elizabeth Patton, woo! I like it plain, not with almonds. So just
a regular Hershey bar.
Okay, very good. Elizabeth, you have 3 minutes.
All right. A regular Hershey bar for you, Gloria.
Thanks.
All right, and I wanted to just say hello and let you all know I have moved out of the Miles City area economic development position and into the Director of Institutional Advancement at Miles Community College. So, and along with that, decided to join the Miles City Council. Our ward had an empty seat, or my ward did, and I was sworn in a week ago. So on those 2 fronts, at Miles Community College, my position will be working with scholarships a lot and with alumni. It was very interesting to hear Greg Gianforte talk about the scholarships that he has personally funded, and then looking at potential for tax incentives to people who would fund scholarships. If he gets elected, I'm holding him to that. And I also think that that's an interesting conversation that I would like to pursue with whomever does take that seat, or who is in our appropriations committee in the legislature, that offering tax incentives for building scholarships sounds like a great plan to me, especially in some of these 2-year certificates, or in some of our trade programs, to encourage people to step into those programs and positions. So that piece is will be one I don't let go of. And then from our Miles City perspective, and something that actually came up at our last fall's MEDA conference, someone had given a presentation about brownfields, and they had a picture of the Miles City Depot in that presentation. Got me thinking. When I returned to the Economic Development Office, I pulled out everything I could find about what had been proposed in the past about using that depot. It's sitting empty, and is sadly, looks like it's sitting empty. It's falling, the roof needs to be fixed very soon if we're gonna save that structure. I have spent a year making contacts with Burlington Northern and some other folks, and about a month ago was offered documents that will allow the city of Miles City to take the depot for a very minimal cost. So we are now in looking at getting Burlington Northern's permission to have our brownfields group go in and do assessments, so we can look at if that building is salvageable at this point. And we have some local contractors who are looking at the roof and the windows, some of those major expenditures that would make that building able to be utilized for something moving forward. So a year ago, that seed idea, and here we are with some actual documents from Burlington Northern, which was a huge win, and hopefully there is salvageability, and we will be able to actually do something rather than just see that building have to be torn down. So that's exciting. We also have had Main Street facade grants that were a partnership with Commerce and then the City of Miles City, and we have granted some out and are getting, oh, I get a minute more, and are getting local businesses that have applied for those grants, and that we've been able to grant those out to them. So we have some freshly painted facades. We have some new awnings going up. We had some new lighting go up on a building on Main Street. And we will also have an art installation in front of a historic building on Main Street. The owner there has purchased a piece from our local artist, Aaron Thormadsgaard, that will be installed in front of 908 Main this month. And with art installations, our roundabout off of Interstate 94 is finished, and the north side roundabout has a 12-foot tall rearing horse sculpture done by Aaron Thormadsgaard out of reclaimed metal. So visit Miles City, take that interchange and see some of Aaron's art, and come visit us here. We have lots of great things going on. So thank you for the opportunity, Gloria. And email me your address. I will send you at least one Hershey bar, maybe more.
You know I will. I will.
All
Joe,
right, thank you.
Joe, any wrap up?
Yeah, thank you everyone for sharing. Thank you for those who volunteered to share right out of the gate. And thank you to those who were voluntold to share. We certainly appreciate it. It's great hearing what's going on statewide. And I want to just say thank you as well from our team for putting on a great digital conference. This isn't something easy to accomplish. And it's been great so far, and we're looking forward to the remainder of today and tomorrow. So thank you so much. And with that, I'll hand it back over to you, Gloria.
And I will hand it back over to Brian and Steve. We're almost ready for our candidate forum with Matt Rosendale.
Excellent. Again, what you do need to notice, I want to thank the subcommittee that was working on the virtual conference. Again, this is something we would prefer not to have to do it this way, but they pivoted very well and moved forward. And you also notice the ability, sometimes I actually get my job right, to delegate to the past president and the vice president to do some of the work, and then just drug Tony in on top of it. So we can spread out the work amongst everybody else. You don't have to hear me, and we get to hear Steve. And I'm trying to figure out if we need a drinking game about how many times you state thank you. I appreciate that to all of our candidates. You have done that so well, and making sure that they get the respect and the information and the time that they need. So again, thank you for your professionalism on doing that. I appreciate that. That's it. And then the leaning in, we've heard it. I've heard it only twice so far that I noticed. So I want to make sure that we keep our ears open for that.
I will try not to disappoint you before we wrap up. Yes, I'm not sure. And Brian, thank you for your leadership, Gloria, all your hard work in this conference and the whole team. You know, at one point I was tracking the numbers. We had over 80 participants, and that's kind of ebb and flowing a little bit, but great participation in this important conference and dialogue today. Do we have on board with us yet Mr. Matt Rosendale? Is Matt on board yet? Well, not yet, but we're a minute or two early, so we'll give everybody a chance.
Or is Shelby Damaris on? I don't see her name either, but I know they were ready to go earlier this morning, so I'm confident they will be popping in.
Perfect. And I think that just to make sure we don't have dead airspace, again, thank you, Joe. And it's interesting that we have Tori in one end of the county or the state, and Joe, who covers my grandparents' old hometown down there in Lima. That's about as far as you can get, unless you're going from Eureka to Ekalaka. I think that's the other one out there that we can get at. So good to see that there's partnerships going across the state like that.
So Brian, what I should have done when I was still in Eureka is do a project with Jim, is what you're saying.
Yes.
We can still do it, Jim, anytime you want.
See, with Tori, I won't say that she can see Canada from or the edge of the earth. Now, Eureka, we all know that you can see the edge of the earth from up there. So
it's so beautiful, though. It's okay.
It is beautiful. We will say that.
Mr. President of MEDA, I would just comment, my daughter lives in Eureka. Her and her husband, they work at the Chrysalis. She is a licensed, trained therapist and counselor working with young women there. And my son-in-law does all their recreation programming. And so they love it up there. But it is forever to drive from Billings to Eureka. Tracy, oh my gosh.
And think about all the times that you guys saw me in Billings.
I know, I'm telling you, it's
I was
crazy.
a trooper. Now it's like this easy little 3-hour drive, and I'm like, wow, I can just come down for the weekend if I want.
I know, wow. Let's try again. Are we, do we have Mr. Rosendale? Do we have Matt joining us?
You haven't seen him yet, Gloria, correct?
No, and I sent an email as well saying we were ready. In the meantime, Brigida has a great idea. She said at some point we should all turn on cameras and take a Zoom pic. We don't get to do it in person this year. How about now? And so my screen is divided in two, so we'll have to take 2 screenshots, right? And so everybody, that's it. Pop your camera on. Oh, it's so great to see you all.
Well, shoot. I'm going to do that too. Hold on a second. We're just all going to do this.
Okay, so keep popping it on. Oh, Patrick, well, you got a bonus with you. That's wonderful. And here comes Matt. Just hold that thought just a minute. Okay, now I'm going to flop over to the next one. Oh, look at you all. Here we go. Yay, we did it. On to Matt. Thank you.
Matt, good morning. Steve Arviskow.
Hey, Steve, how you doing?
I'm well, sir. Very good to see you again. I have the honor of facilitating our dialogue today. And you are joined on the call today with economic developers throughout the state of Montana. Right now, we're over 60 of us on the call with you. And we really purpose this as a dialogue with important candidates who have the potential of being an essential leader in our communities and partnering with us on economic development. So we have some questions that we'll walk through with you. We'll give you a chance to close at the end, Matt, and then if there's a little time, my colleagues might have some questions for you. So I have a handful of questions, but before we get started with the questions, a little bit more backdrop. This group that you're on the call with today are a group of very professionally trained, credentialed, experienced economic developers serving communities of all sizes, literally covering the entire state of Montana. And many of them have been doing that work with their heart and passion and wisdom for many, many years. And many of them are coming on board new and partnering in new ways with our communities across the state. We routinely do our best to fill gaps, to build bridges, both literally and figuratively. We finance businesses, we troubleshoot, we do planning, we provide leadership and resources that support entrepreneurship, encourage new private investment, and job creation and community development. But we realize we can't do any of our work on the ground without strategic partnerships. And so that's why this dialogue is important to us. As you'll see from the nature of our questions, for you, it will relate a lot to some of the federal tools and programs that we utilize, but the spirit of the dialogue is crafting a partnership as we move forward Montana's economy and community development. So with that spirit in mind, we're gonna just walk through a few questions and then we'll have a little more dialogue and give you an opportunity to close. And I know you are so busy right now, so taking this time out with us is very, very much appreciated, Matt.
I'm glad to be here with you, Steve, really. This is basically what we are all going to be confronted with and facing over the next couple of years as we try to rebuild the economy. And we are going to be reliant upon everyone working together to make sure we can do that.
Absolutely. Thank you. Very well said. So here's our first question. Federal economic development programs, including the Economic Development Administration, the suite of USDA rural development programs, Community Development Financial Institution Fund, the National Institute of Standards and Technology Manufacturing Extension Partnership, and the Small Business Administration, Small Business Development Centers, all have proven to be critical in our economic and community development work across Montana. Will you join with us and support the funding of these essential programs as we move through not only economic recovery, but beyond?
Yes, that's easy. Sure, I will. You know, I've focused on rebuilding the economy or reigniting the economy as part of one of the main pillars, if you will, of my campaign. And so it's going to take all of those partners working together to make sure that we can get the resources to the proper place. Most of you folks are aware that as the auditor, I put together a capital formation tour and worked very closely with Wayne Gardella and the Small Business Administration. And we went around and did presentations across the state to try and show the businesses alternatives that they had in order to expand a business or with new folks. We had really good participation of folks that were just considering how to begin a business. And again, working with Wayne to have the different sites that he has access to around the state and say, look, we can help you develop a business plan so that when you walk in to one of these institutions that you're trying to get some funding from, that you have something on paper instead of just this concept in your head that gives you more credibility, and that we can help you move that forward. So yeah, I absolutely be supportive of all of that.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. And also related to some other programs, the CDFI Fund and the U.S. Rural Development, the USDA Rural Development were left out of the CARES Act funding. Will you support supplemental funds for these programs and encourage the USDA to create more flexible terms to make these programs more effective in helping Montana's economy grow through the challenges that we have today?
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you folks have all seen where it has always been my focus to try and develop a procedure that is utilized by the most basic delivery system, okay? Whether that's at the county, state level, I think that we have always found that they can be more efficient, more effective, where we can eliminate all this additional paperwork and regulatory procedure that is imposed many times at the federal level, that once we bring it down to its true application, that all it does is begin to put hurdles in place. And so I've been a staunch, not only advocate, but administrator, if you will, of eliminating some of these additional procedures and paperwork that really don't constitute any benefit whatsoever. That in many cases, all they do is get processed, and we pay someone to do this extra work, and then it sits on a shelf somewhere and collects dust, and no one even reviews it, or it ends up going through another set of hands and is given another 30 or 45 days, where what I've learned as a businessman and an entrepreneur, that the speed with which we can get something developed, approved, and out into the marketplace, the greater the likelihood of success it's going to have. If something lingers, you can actually miss a window of opportunity there. So anytime that we can speed up that process, I assure you I'm going to be a champion for that.
Thanks, Matt. I really appreciate that. And this next question relates directly to speed. Montana's behind most states in reliable broadband, with speed, cost, reliability, availability, and those issues are across the entire state, both urban and rural communities. Federal programs, laws, and regulations have not appeared to be effective in helping Montana address this critical infrastructure issue. Will you work with us to ensure Montanans have access to world-class broadband services? And how would you accelerate our ability to provide broadband to underserved communities?
That is just, this is absolutely in my wheelhouse. And while I'm not a techie, what I have experienced over the last several months when we went through this COVID situation was having 60 of my 65 employees conducting their affairs from home. And so we were completely reliant on the telecommunications industry. And then as we saw what is the best way to deliver healthcare to the population, we discovered that the utilization, or the full utilization, of telemedicine was a huge benefit. Not only did it give us the ability to protect people that were vulnerable from having to be forced to go out into the public to visit with their doctor, but it took people that were already ill in some form or fashion and allowed them to do an initial evaluation before they came out and had to expose other people to what they may have contracted. And so we've really, really recognized the importance of this. So I met several months ago with business leaders from across the state and put together an 8-part plan on how to reignite our economy after we get the population healthy again. Okay, so this is my plan that I wanted to move forward in Congress to help reignite the economy, and it is posted on my website. And one of the major pillars of that plan was the expansion of broadband, and this is to go into our rural communities and to even to upgrade in our urban areas, because it is so critically important. And so what we've got is the ability to remove some of the red tape at the federal level. That is something that will help us do it. To reduce dramatically the fees that are associated with the extension of these utilities, if you will, to make sure that it's not becoming financially unfeasible when we start reaching out into some of the less served areas. To be able to go into places where there already is construction taking place for roadways and say, hey, you know something? Wouldn't it be a grand idea to go ahead and get some of this placed in this street while it's currently open, instead of coming back and when we have a brand new street in a year or two and ripping it apart again, and immediately going in and eliminating all barriers to get that into place. Because I do recognize not only is it going to be good for business, not only is it going to be good for our education and put all of these schools on more of a level playing field. But we have right now our agricultural community, which is still the largest industry in the state, that is starting to dramatically utilize some of this technology and to get it out into their areas so that they can fully utilize it for not only the purchasing of their inputs, but for the marketing of their products, whether that's grain or beef or otherwise. This is going to be huge, just a big benefit financially and for educational purposes for the entire state. And again, it's already on my website. So if anybody wants even more detail, you can go onto mattformontana.com and check it out.
Thanks, Matt, and we appreciate that information, and encourage my colleagues and myself. We'll take a look at that plan if we haven't already. Thank you for referencing that. Our next question. The Federal Economic Development Administration, we refer to as the EDA, is a primary economic disaster response agency. It received $1 billion to respond to COVID nationwide. For comparison, Montana, as you know, received $1.2 billion in CARES Act economic relief and recovery, and even this was not enough to meet total needs. EDA's limited funds were distributed through non-competitive grants, leaving little for competitive grants needed to help Montana businesses and communities. Will you support additional EDA funding at the federal level to give more Montana economic development, tourism organizations, counties, municipalities a chance to compete for funding that is desperately needed as we move through the impacts of COVID-19?
Yes. I think that the utilization of competitive grants are really the best way to distribute funds. That way, someone comes up, they justify, they show a good idea, they show a good investment, and then they are able to utilize those funds. And I really believe that is the best way for these funds to be distributed, and would be very supportive of making sure there's adequate funding that's available. Right now, what I see is a bunch of funds that are being locked up, if you will, and not distributed out too. And this is nationwide, not just here within the state, but nationwide. A lot of funds are being locked up and not distributed, as we used to say in the legislature, to get the boots on the ground. And that's really where we need it. We have to get it out to the counties. We have to get it out to the businesses. We have to provide the relief, and we have to give them the resources they need to help reignite this economy. And again, that's why I put together that 8-part plan that's on my website that goes into substantial detail about doing just that.
Thank you, Matt. I appreciate that. I can't necessarily do this, but if I asked for a show of hands of the 60 people on the call today, how many of them have used federal EDA tools and resources over the last several years to help with community and local economic development? I'm sure everybody's hand would be raised. And we really want Montana to be in a strong position to, frankly, we'll compete, but we want to.
I know we will.
We
And see,
want
that's
there
where
to
I agree
be
with you,
funds to
Steve.
compete.
I've gone around the state and I have met with so many entrepreneurs and inventors, full-fledged, what I consider to be inventors, and people that absolutely have got these grand ideas, and whether they're running economic development organizations or whether they are the rancher on the place 20 miles north of here, just the ideas and the concepts that we could put forward. We have the people, we have the technology, and we just need the resources to make sure that we can fully utilize and develop these things.
Absolutely. Thanks, Matt. We've got a little time. I'm gonna open it up to my colleagues to throw in any questions. Gloria, help me identify who's ready to ask the first question, and we'll take a little time for some Q&A. Anybody have a question for Matt? I'm seeing some clicking. And Rick, did you have a question, sir?
Yeah, Matt, first of all, thanks for joining us. I'm Rick from Butte. Interested in your perspective regarding reshoring and bringing jobs back to the United States and how we accomplish that.
Yeah, and I really appreciate that. And you know something, I think that the best way that we can do that is make sure, and again, I'm going to refer to it again, but it's part of that 8-part plan. If we have a reasonable and reliable tax code and regulatory code, then those are going to be two major pillars that are going to incentivize people to come back here and take advantage of restoring these jobs in the United States. Okay, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act right now is on the verge of whether it's going to be sunset or eliminated. And unfortunately, the Democratic Party has made it exceedingly clear that if they gain control, that they would eliminate that. Not only would it take and immediately impose a tax increase of between $2,000 and $3,000 a year to every family across the state, but it would also eliminate the ability for a lot of our farmers, ranchers, and small businesses to stop being able to take advantage of expensing out a major expenditure in a given year instead of being forced to depreciate that out. What I want to see is the Tax Cuts and Jobs Acts made permanent so that we don't, so that the businesses can rely upon that. They know that's where it's going to be. I want to see an expansion of it. I want to see where if they're going to make a major investment for real estate or the construction of a facility, that by golly, they should be able to expense that out in a given year as well. And now you're starting to bring back this incentive for people to relocate here in Montana, in the United States. That one provision by itself, Rick, it's already been evaluated by a nonpartisan tax foundation group. And that one provision, if it was added to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act or just our regulatory environment, would add 800,000 manufacturing jobs across the nation. It would increase the GDP by 4% and increase average wages by 3.4%. I mean, these are the kinds of things, pro-growth concepts and agenda that we need to focus on.
Rick, thank you for your question. Matt, appreciate your response. Paul, I see that you have a question.
Matt, thank you for being with us today. I'm from Havre, and I work in economic development here at Bear Paw Development. And this coming Monday, the High Line is going to be impacted dramatically by a cut in rail service, passenger rail service with Amtrak. We're going from daily service to 3 times a week service. And that, as you well know, is going to have an impact from Wolf Point to Libby. And I'm curious about your thoughts on that and if you'd support, in essence, restoring passenger rail traffic to daily service.
Yeah, that's a good question, Paul, and I appreciate it. I haven't followed that real closely, but I knew that there were some things going on with Amtrak up there on the High Line. And I think it's critical to have it up there because it's the rail coming through the state. I mean, there was all the discussions about trying to get the Southern Line open that back up again to go through Billings and such, and I just don't see that happening. So I think that that is one of those critical pieces of infrastructure that we have to maintain. I'm also looking and following very closely the St. Mary's Water Project. I mean, that is critical to the economy and to the living of people up there along the High Line. And so both of those are two issues that I'm watching very closely, and you can count on my support for it.
Thank you.
Paul, thank you for your
Yes, sir.
question. Other questions? Well, Matt, not seeing another question, we're going to give you a chance to just wrap up with us. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have for us, but please take a few minutes and happy to do a wrap up with you.
Sure. Listen, I appreciate the opportunity to come out and speak with you guys. I've worked with many of you across the state, so you're familiar with me. As my role in the auditor's office, I put on the capital formation tour and work with the SBA. So we have worked together on many of these issues. And so I recognize that we have to have proper resources if we're going to grow our economy. There's no different than making sure that we have adequate investments in the research labs that MSU has located around the state. The state is big, it's diverse, and there's a lot of things that are very unique that we have to make the proper investments in. And sometimes that requires the government to support those. Okay, again, the research labs, we don't have enough production in some of these localities for a seed company to come in and develop one that would be specific for northeastern Montana, whether that's for soybeans or for sugar beets or for wheat or for an alfalfa seed that's going to produce better over in the Bozeman or down in the Big Hole. We have to make those investments ourselves, and we can quantify the return on that investment when we see the expansion of the economy, the additional jobs, and the revenue that gets generated across the state that then comes back in a lot of tax dollars to help us as well. And so I'm a businessman. I did not get into public service until very late in the game, as you well may say. So I understand what it takes to run a business. And unfortunately, I'm running against someone who does not have that business background and has voted for higher taxes, who has voted for additional regulation. And so if you want to look at the ledger side by side and say, how have these people been when it comes to helping grow the economy? The facts are very clear. When we both served in the legislature in 2011, 13, and 15, and we were both looking at the same legislation, the Montana Chamber of Commerce voted F grades for her, while at the same time they were giving me a Champion of Business awards. I voted to reduce regulation, I voted to reduce taxation, and I have supported business, and it's because I understand business. It's because I've owned and operated and still do my own businesses, and I understand what it takes to make sure that we get those hurdles out of the way, that we protect the consumers, but we do not put an additional level of regulation on our businesses that is simply going to burden that. And with that, I just ask for your continued support, quite frankly, and I look forward to working with you all, and I hope I can earn your vote as well.
Matt, thank you. Thank you very much for giving us your time today. We know, like the other candidates, who you're very, very busy. And so carving out a little time to talk with economic developers across the state is very much appreciated. We are all about partnerships. As I said at the start, we can't do the work of rebuilding our economy and our recovery in a vacuum. We have to come together. And so we appreciate you coming together with us today to have this discussion. Matt, thank you very much, and take care.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
You as well. Well, colleagues, we have just a few minutes, and then we're going to talk with our congressional candidate, Kathleen Williams. And I don't know if Kathleen has had a chance to jump on board yet. And hopefully there's not overlap going on there where one comes on and the other one's just finishing up. That could be a little awkward. But
I think we've been spared awkward.
okay, good.
I don't see Blake or Kathleen on just yet.
All right. How's everybody doing? Good?
Yes.
You're all hanging in there. We have over 64 people on, still going strong in the conference today. And when we wrap up this interview with Kathleen, Brian will kind of set the stage for what we can expect tomorrow as we wrap up the conference. So I look forward to that.
Exactly. Again, what I would like to do is thank Gloria and the group that we're working on this virtual conference. It's a bit of herding cats to get all of us on board, and at one point 84, 86 people all at one point, and making sure we have 6 candidates who have that half-an-hour slot to make it work. What little we've seen in hiccups as compared to other Zoom conferences I've seen has been spectacular. So once again, Gloria, thank you for everything you've done.
Oh, it's taken a whole village. Thanks to the Fall Conference Committee for their hard work as well. It was a little complicated, wasn't it, Tony and Russ and Brian and Steve?
You guys did an awesome job. You know, while we have a pause moment, it's interesting to look at people's background selections. And Brigitte, I have to comment on the color coordination of the pillows on the couch. Is that a pseudo background, or is that the real thing?
That is the real thing. And
that is awesome.
The bedroom, yeah, pretty great.
Well done.
I made the bed specially for you all today.
Okay, that's great. Well, we appreciate that. And Rick, are you actually wearing a jacket inside? I mean, aren't you from Butte?
Yes, sir. But that's all done, so.
Okay.
Fine. But if you see, it says choose Montana. So it's not a jacket, it's a sweatshirt. And
okay, great. I got that.
And I do have to mention as well that that Dale Carnegie speaking class that you took has really worked for you, my silver-tongued little friend.
Yes.
Actually, there was a day when I was in the broadcasting world selling radio advertising. I did take a Dale Carnegie class. Just for you to know. And for those of you who don't know who Dale Carnegie is, read How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's still a foundational piece.
Steve, how'd you get demoted from radio to this job?
I don't know for sure. It just kind of happened. Well, I do know I ran for the state legislature in Colorado, and that just changed my life. Anyway.
Steve, we do have Blake Thompson on, that maybe Blake can give us an update.
Kathleen is in, and she, looks like she should be.
Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
We got her.
Hi, everyone.
Hey,
There's always technical difficulties, right?
Yes, that's the nature of the beast right now. Kathleen, hi. Steve Arviskow with Big Sky Economic Development. I have the honor of facilitating our dialogue today, and I'm joined by 60 plus members of MEDA across the state of Montana. So you're joined by a little crowd today to talk about economic development. And we know that you have to pause to have these kinds of meetings, but we really appreciate you doing that and joining us today. It's very much appreciated.
Oh, it's my honor. So thank you.
We have a set of questions we're going to ask you, but we really intend this to be a dialogue. And I want to give you a little bit of background and context on who we are. The group that's on the call today are professionals that are trained and credentialed and experienced in community and economic development across Montana. Many of us have been serving our local communities and businesses and partnering in that effort for years. Some of us have been leaning into this in the near term. And so we're a collection of folks who are passionate about helping our businesses and our communities move forward economically and be successful throughout the state. We work to fill gaps. We work to build bridges. Literally, some of us build bridges and roads and other infrastructure. We finance businesses. We help troubleshoot solutions. We do planning. We provide leadership and resources that support entrepreneurship and encourage new private investment in our communities, job creation, and we help just build up our community. But we all realize that we can't do that in a vacuum, that it really takes a partnership locally and then broader than that for us to be impactful. So that's the spirit of that we bring to the table for our dialogue today, is how can we understand and craft a partnership so we can continue to be successful, especially now. So our questions will relate to some federal programs, but also know that really at the heart of that is this notion of how do we partner together. So with that said, let me dive into our first set of questions. Federal economic development programs, including the Economic Development Administration, the suite of USDA rural development programs, Community Development Financial Institution Fund, the National Institute of Standards and Technology Manufacturing Extension Partnership, and Small Business Administration, Small Business Development Centers have all proven to be critical to community economic development success across Montana. Will you support continued funding of these essential programs?
Yeah, well, thanks, Steve, and it's great to be with you guys. Thanks and gals, thanks for all you do. I attended a MEDA annual meeting a few years ago. I sort of consider myself an economic developer from the policy side, and many friends and colleagues are on this call. So greetings to everybody. It's great to be back. My career started with being an economist, and I've had an entrepreneurial streak all the way through my life and career, and love working on economic development work. So during the campaign, I've met with many of you. I think, Steve, it's been a little while, but we talked about workforce and lots of what you guys are looking for in Billings. Just recently met with the manufacturing extension. Always trying to talk to folks about how we can ensure that all of Montana benefits from and is able to realize how we move forward together economically and as communities. So I want to support the programs that are efficient, that work. I probably shouldn't say this because maybe it's dangerous, but there seem to be so many economic development programs. I do wonder if efficiency could be improved somehow. So I'd love to talk to you guys all about that. But yeah, I want to make sure that we're in dual crises right now, and I want to make sure that in Congress, I'm supporting the programs that work the best to get money to the ground locally, because it's the folks on the ground that really know what their communities need, how to do value added, what has been tried before, who their business community is, how to attract entrepreneurs. So yeah, I do sort of wonder about all these different programs, but I've really worked to collect from you guys, the ones that I've been able to meet with, what is really important. So count on me again to be a partner.
Thanks, Kathleen. I appreciate that. Speaking of some of these programs, the CDFI fund and the USDA rural development were left out of the CARES Act funding. Will you support supplemental funds for these programs and encourage the USDA to create more flexible terms to make these programs more effective at helping Montana's economy grow through this critical time?
Yeah, so again, we've got to figure out which of these programs, you know, whether we fund them all or whether there's some that are more efficient. Obviously, there's different purposes to all of them. I'm really looking for, I've worked on Farm Bill before. I'm really looking forward to being on the ground floor for the next Farm Bill, and rural development is a really important part of that. I really want to, I want to show Montanans what a true independent representative is, in part through having very effective collaborative discussions with Montanans about how we get ahead of what we know is coming down the pike, how we work to have functional economic development in the long run, as well as in emergency situations. So yeah, and more flexibility. You know, you always, as a policymaker, you're always trying to balance flexibility with accountability, and sometimes it, you know, you got to find that right. Well, you always have to find that right balance. Yep. And so I have been a policy a specialist for much of my career, and all of that, especially when you're working with money, you've got to ensure you've got that right balance. So I know that one of your other questions about the Public Works and Economic Development Act, you know, that's about flexibility, and that seems, I mean, to have to report on loans that have been paid off seems pretty silly. So so yeah, I'm always looking for how to make things work better for Montanans, for our businesses, for our communities. I actually worked for a federal agency 30 years ago and reorganized myself out of a job because it was the right thing to do, because, you know, things were really inefficient. So I'm willing to take the hit personally and ensure that we've got programs that work.
Thanks, Kathleen. We appreciate your thoughtfulness that way. We're going to change gears a little bit and talk about some important infrastructure. Montana is behind most states in reliable broadband, with speed, cost, availability issues across the state in both rural and, frankly, urban communities. Federal programs, laws, regulations have not appeared to be effective in helping Montana address this critical infrastructure issue. Will you work with us to ensure Montanans have access to world-class broadband service? And how would you accelerate our ability as a state to provide broadband to underserved communities?
Absolutely. So I've been talking about this for a long time. This is a bipartisan issue, and I'm always looking for ways to cut through the hyperpartisanship and get stuff done. And we all know that internet access is key to success across Montana. It's even, you know, this pandemic has shown an even brighter light on that. It allows access to education, telehealth, keeping in touch with family, remote employment, so much more. And we just can't allow all our communities to be left behind. So as far as I know, Montana is ranked last in state broadband access, with only 70% of Montanans having access to high-speed internet via broadband. I actually worked on this issue since 2012. As a legislator, I was trying to figure out how to extend broadband in my district, and we couldn't even get mapping of where the service was and where it wasn't. Right. So I just thought, oh, holy cow, there's a lot of work we need to do here. So we need both information and investment, and we need to ensure that broadband access is extended to unserved areas. Sorry about that. Rural areas are 35% of the landmass, but 5% of the population. So it's going to take a public investment, and we've been talking about money this whole time. So a lot of people talk about rural electrification in the 1930s, or, you know, rural Montana wouldn't even have electricity. So we need certainly more than just reducing right-of-way fees. We need a significant investment, and I think people are paying attention to that finally in Congress and are working to get that done. So I'm looking forward to participating in that. And when we talk about investment, I mean, broadband is a key aspect of infrastructure. So we've got to get that done.
Thank you, Kathleen. And we couldn't agree with you more. Time to put some strategy and resources behind something we've actually been talking about for more than a decade. So now's a real critical time in that space.
Yeah. And if I might add, there are
Sure.
some groups in DC that that I think are going to be excellent to work with. I can't remember if it's called the Broadband Association or something, but I've had some great conversations with the staff of those organizations, and I think we can really hit the ground running. So
Excellent.
I'm looking forward to that.
Thanks, Kathleen. That would be excellent. The Federal Economic Development Administration, we refer to as the EDA, and it is an agency that we have all around the state have had really important partnership with. But we have a concern. The EDA, being the primary economic disaster response agency, only received $1 billion to respond to COVID nationwide. For comparison, Montana received $1.2 billion, as you know, in CARES Act economic relief and recovery, and even that wasn't enough for Montana's needs. EDA's limited funds were distributed through non-competitive grants, leaving little for competitive grants needed to help Montana businesses and communities. So our ask and our willingness to partnership centers around that issue. Will you join us in supporting EDA funding to give Montana organizations, economic development groups, tourism, municipalities, counties, etc., a chance to compete for additional resources through the federal EDA?
Yeah, and Steve, I'm actually, I want to ask a question back to you on this. Is
Sure.
The EDA information that I saw did talk about competitive grants. Did they just run out of money, or it looked like they intended to offer competitive grants?
My colleagues can fill in the blanks, but what happens is those federal dollars, just the $1 billion, gets broken up regionally.
Right.
And so we're in a Denver region, and so they only get a small chunk. So because we're competing in that Denver region for those fixed dollars, it doesn't stretch the way that you would hope it would stretch, even though some of their programs require matching, which is frankly another critical issue. Right now, it's really hard for us to write a check to match all these federal programs. So we have the limitations related to match, and then we have the fact that those dollars at a national level, before they get down to our region, become less and less resources available to us.
Okay, yeah, it looks like the Denver region got 193 million. It's the lowest that any of the regions got. But it's the biggest geographic area. So I'm guessing that their formula is something about population or number of businesses or something like that. So yeah, I mean, I want to help. I have economic development sort of running through my blood, and so I want to help however we can. In the short run, 70% of our economy is dependent on consumer spending, and so I think a lot of what we need to do is we need to get people out shopping and dining and traveling, and they've got to feel safe. So in the immediate term, I'm trying to figure out how we stem this pandemic and how we get our economy back on its feet. So again, I'm all about trying to figure out how we address economic development, economic relief in the short term, and economic development in the mid and longer term. And we want to make sure that these programs work well, that they're effective, that Montana's getting its share. And there's also, talk about additional relief in a whole bunch of different mechanisms. So there's been a real push for assistance to municipalities, and I don't know if some of that municipal relief could go to some of the purposes for which the EDA money might go to. As you mentioned, match. I'm really grateful that these programs, many of them really are inclusive of tribes, because as you know, our state, some of the areas most needing economic development are our reservations and tribal areas. So I think it's good that the EDA money is going through the EAAP, the most flexible program, and that actually includes broadband. So I saw that and my ears pricked up a little bit on that. So again, however I can be helpful, I think one of the things that I was calling for in early March, late February, was transparency in where the SBA money, the PPP money, was going, to ensure that when Congress throws a ton of money around, that it's going to the right places, and that it's going to the people and the businesses that need it the most, and the people and the businesses that are going to help us get out of this crisis the most. So to me, economic development money is one of those really efficient places to put money. So, but again, I'm not in right now, and there's a whole bunch of talk about, what the next relief package is going to do. So we need to figure out how to get you guys the resources you need to ensure that we get through this crisis stronger on the other side.
Thanks, Kathleen. I really appreciate that. I noticed, like me, on occasion, you have a tendency to talk a little bit with your hands. And so would you hold your hands up for a second? That's kind of funny that I would ask you that. I want to make sure you have all your fingers, because how you fillet that fish on your commercial without even looking at it, that is amazing.
Oh, yeah. And eating it was pretty good too. So
yeah, I'm sure it was. Sorry for the sidebar humor there. I'm going to open this back up. But I must really appreciate that commercial, is why I'm leaning in that direction. I'm going to open this up for our colleagues. We have a little bit of time, and then Kathleen, we're going to let you close. Any questions from my colleagues across the state? Oh, Paul, go ahead.
There we go.
Hi, Kathleen. A question about a couple of important projects here on the Highline that really have statewide implications, and I want to get your take on them. One is about Amtrak. This coming Monday, we're going from daily service to 3 times a week service, and obviously the Empire Builder, goes through from Wolf Point to Libby, the entire northern tier. Very concerned about that for the state of Montana. And then the second thing, as you well know, is the catastrophic failure that we experienced with the St. Mary Conveyance Works. If we could have your comments about that and how you'd help those issues.
Absolutely. So first of all, I love trains. I have always loved trains. I grew up near the train tracks. My house now is near train tracks. As a legislator, I was a delegate to a U.S.-Canadian trade organization that one of their priorities was increasing the scope and viability of rail travel. Montanans depend on that, not just for pleasure travel, but also to get to the airport in Minneapolis, to get to, critical medical appointments in Seattle, and then all the other reasons. So yeah, I want to keep Amtrak viable. I want to, let's see, the Havre station is reopening, right? So that's good news. And then the other one that closed, I think, is Shelby. So we need to have our stations open again, and we need to have it be viable, reliable transportation. So part of that is fostering the demand, right? If there was enough demand for 5 days or 7 days a week, we need to have people knocking down the door trying to get on that train. And so I'm sure you guys have strategies on how to do that. I'm all over it. And I want to try and figure out how to do that. We were actually trying to revitalize the southern route too. There's counties that have joined this district, I guess, it's sort of a bold move. They're trying to reinvigorate the southern route. We don't want to take resources away from the route that we already have, but I think we can mobilize all these people that are so interested in train travel and really get things done. You know, Congress is about being fiscally responsible, but it's also about investing in the right places. And whether it's broadband or rail, you know, we need to make sure that we get the investments in Montana that we need. But I do think that there's some work to be done to increase the demand, because that's, you know, that's part of why we would have 7 days a week. So.
Paul, thank you for that question.
And then drop 5. So, you know, the St. Mary's system is something that I have known about and been, I was involved in the very first, when the working group was set up by, I think it was Carl O's, 20 some years ago. I was one of the agency representatives to that group. And we've been talking about drop 5 for that long and more. So again, when we talk about infrastructure, and I don't know if people on this call know, but my background is in water. And so I was one of the lead negotiators on the CSKT Water Compact. That irrigation system is over 100 years old. You know, the St. Mary's is over 100 years old. I know that the St. Mary's folks want a reversed payback agreement with the Bureau on, instead of they being responsible for 75 and the feds being 25, they want it 25-75, which there are other examples of where that is the case across the nation. So that's something very specific that we can work on. And then we, you know, drop 5 is, there's other drops. So, and they're just as, well, I think they're just as old, but I'm ready to work on irrigation and drinking water infrastructure. And I've got the background to work on that. I already know people in Congress that I believe I can work with on those issues. There's always a, can't remember what it's called. It's a Water Works Development Act, WRDA, Water Resources Development Act, that I don't know if that's annual or biannual, but you know, we gotta get some Montana projects into that. Intake is another one, the intake project out of Sydney. So, and then drinking water for our tribes. I mean, this is the 21st century. People should not have poor quality drinking water or none, right? So, yeah.
Thanks, Kathleen. I appreciate that. I'm a little sensitive to our time. If we have one additional short question, that would be great. And then we're going to give Kathleen some time to wrap up with us. Anybody? Gloria, you see anybody? Rick, you have a quick question for us?
Sure. Kathleen, this is Rick Edwards. I'm from Butte. And first of all, thank you for joining us today. Secondly, I would be interested in your views in regard to reshoring, bringing jobs back to the United States from foreign countries, and how you would accomplish that working across the aisle.
Yeah, well, thanks for that question, Rick. And I hope you all know my reputation for working with people of all political stripes, which I think I should trademark that term because other people seem to be using it now, including my opponent. But yeah, so tax policy is one. And when people have asked me, you know, what are you willing to work with the president on, no matter who the president is, including this one, a lot of it has been, you know, I appreciate his efforts to try and bring businesses home from overseas. And so I want to figure out how to do that. One is through tax policy. I need to research more, but there is something called a Water's Edge choice, I think it's called, Water's Edge allocation. But basically, some of our tax policy actually encourages corporations to go overseas. So we need to turn that around. And my 3 terms on the taxation committee and vice chairing it in 2015, I've got a taxation background. I don't think anyone is ever an expert except a CPA, but I look forward to working on that. And then, you know, I really want to work with our manufacturing extension group to figure out their sets of policies, recommendations at the federal level that I can be helpful with. And really, I mean, we're seeing like our supply chains are really unreliable, and And when we provide the incentive, or when the market does, for our businesses to innovate, they do. You know, our Sims is making PPE, and so we can do it. I think we just need leaders in Congress that know how to pull the right strings in the right places and get across the finish line. So I'm all about doing that. I'm all about value added too. You know, I passed legislation that really succeeded in creating a lot of value added businesses. So I want to work with you guys. I want to be at your next annual meeting and hear what suggestions you've got for me.
We would
Kathleen,
love that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Rick. I appreciate that. Kathleen, we've got just a couple of minutes, so we're going to let you wrap up, and we really appreciate also your spirit of partnership with this team across the state. Go ahead and wrap up for us.
Okay, thank you, and thanks for what all you guys do. Thanks so much for the opportunity to join you today. As you know, I'm running to be Montana's true independent voice in the U.S. House. I'm the proud daughter of a World War II veteran and a woman from Blue Jacket, Oklahoma, who left at age 18 to go west to work for the Navy. Before and during my time as a state legislator, I worked with farmers and ranchers across Montana and the West, helping them stay on the land, diversify their incomes, and get a good farm bill. So I love hearing the stories Montanans share with me, from the farmer sacrificing food and utilities to pay for insulin, to the Native entrepreneur who wants to start a bank to help build Native businesses. And as we look to Montana's future, we have to get our economy back on track and elect leaders who can get the job done. I helped Montana out of a crisis when we were trying to recover from the Great Recession. Just one of my bills created over 200 new businesses all across Montana. Many of their products use Montana agricultural products as inputs. I also created a new type of corporation in Montana, so thanks for your guys' help with that. And I fought for better broadband mapping. I'm proud to have voted to expand Medicaid, which kept rural hospitals open and created thousands of jobs. That's the kind of leadership we need. I'm going to fight for what's important. We can all agree that every Montanan deserves access to quality, affordable health care. We need a representative in Congress who's going to put solutions before partisan political games. And it's way past time we fix this patchwork of a healthcare system we have. I propose allowing those 55 and older the choice of buying into Medicare and allowing for bargaining for prescription drugs and more. This pandemic has hurt Montana workers and our economy. On our road to recovery, we need to invest in what makes Montana special, not parrot DC special interests and hang Montanans out to dry. So every Montanan and American should be able to put food on the table, a roof over their heads, and craft and achieve their American dream. In Congress, I will fight to make the economy work for us, not for special interests. And of course, we are all proud of our public lands and outdoor heritage. That's what makes Montana the last best place and critical to our state's communities and economy. This is about our way of life. I've stood up to proposals that would have weakened land and water protections and transferred public lands. And in Congress, I'll protect our clean air and water in our public lands so that our outdoor economy stays strong. My promise to you is to keep doing what I've always done, show up and get the job done. I'm ready to go to Congress to be Montana's independent voice, to put Montana first. We face an unprecedented, challenging time as a country. This pandemic has stressed our healthcare systems, battered our economy, and rattled our institutions. Who we elect matters. I can't wait to work with you to ensure our economy comes out stronger on the other side of these crises. I'd be honored to have your support and your partnership as we sprint to the finish line in November. Thank you.
Kathleen, thank you. We're honored that you spent some time with us today, and we appreciate your willingness to partner.
Absolutely.
Take care.
Can't wait. Take care, you guys. Thanks for all you do.
Bye-bye.
And again, thank you, Steve, for taking care of that. 5 out of the 6 are now out of the way. I know you've got a few things that you have going on. I want to thank everybody for being on for the kind of and the whole morning here. A lot of conversations going on. Gloria's got tomorrow's agenda going on. We're gonna on the screen right now. Rick is going to help us with our legislative strategies, kind of talking to the body in general. At 9 o'clock, we'll have Governor Bullock talking to us about his candidacy. And then we're going to break out into some breakout groups, and Gloria will explain tomorrow how we do that. To kind of, again, what we like to do as a body, we like to get in and kind of talk about what's going on in our areas or what we're having issues with. This gives you a chance to jump out into a breakout session to talk about things that are going on. And then at the end, we'll wrap it up and we'll all get back to the good work that we're doing. Again, we're a group that likes to get things done, and we forget about talking about that, again, which is the reason why we have our storytelling education going on. We need to be better at understanding how to talk and how to bring people into the great stories that we have so we can move ourselves forward. And from that, again, I want to thank everybody for their help. Joe, Vice President coming in, and Steve leaning into the conversation and making sure he moves the conversation with our legislative group forward. Anything else for the greater good? Anything that we need to talk about, Gloria? Keeping myself here in check.
Just encourage everyone to log in early tomorrow so we don't miss a minute of Rick.
Exactly. And again, I want to thank our sponsors. I always have a tough time remembering that. Again, Northwestern Energy, Newfields, MyApp, the Montana Youth Apprentice Programs, MDT, KLJ, Lake County Community Development Center, Cushing-Terrell, and Montana Cooperative Development Center. And thank everybody for participating and interacting. I think that's the one thing that this group and body does, is we will step up and talk. So there's not a lot of empty airspace many times when we have conversations. And again, I will point out that there were several that talked about all the great things at MSU, and we're saying something about maybe U of M or Tech. I didn't hear as much. Paul, Rick, just stating, not saying anything. Sorry about that. Again, thank you everybody, and we'll hear you bright and early tomorrow morning again.
Thanks everyone.